Chapter 521. Speaking of illusion skills, our sect indeed collected similar cultivation techniques, mostly derived from the magic skills of Evil Path and Demon Path sects we have conquered. Oh, there is one more, a top-tier illusion skill realized by one of our Ascension period ancestors using the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique. But it's only an idea. The ancestor barely started before passing away at the returning to void stage, and the development ceased there. Bai Shang, well-versed and knowledgeable, recalled a magic skill that Yu Hong needed. Only to the returning to void stage. That's sufficient for now, as I'm just using it to transition through my current phase. Well, senior brother, where should I find this magic skill now? Before finishing his sentence, Yu Hong saw Bai Shang's figure flash, disappearing for 2 seconds, then another flash, and he reappeared in place, throwing a heavy black-covered book like a Xinhua dictionary to him. Catch! With a thud, Yu Hong caught it with his hands and looked at the cover. Qingwei Heart Technique. The book had no special phenomena, no brilliance, just like an ordinary mortal's book. This cultivation technique entirely suits your needs. It's fundamentally a defensive cultivation method centered around illusions, powered on the foundation of the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique. But its power limit only reaches the returning to void stage. Beyond that, you'll need to replace the cultivation technique. Otherwise, even if you attain ascension to Mahayana, you would only wield returning to void level power. This limitation is common across many cultivation techniques. Bai Shang carefully advised. Thank you, senior brother. Yu Hong quickly expressed his gratitude. No need to be polite, just cultivate more when you have the chance. We're all counting on you to break through to the immortal realm soon, so we can return to the main sect of Qinghe Mountain together. Bai Shang laughed. You who will certainly give it his all.
Yu Hong replié.
You focus on the book, I'll go tidy up. This place can't randomly employ spells. It's prone to triggering the reactive mechanisms of some profound secret arts. You also need to be cautious, as some secret arts have a level of vitality. Though not very high, they can react in various ways. Therefore, it's best to use spells sparingly in the book collection pavilion. Bai Shang advised.
Understood, Yu Hong replié calmement.
Although he had used a spell once before to clear dust, it was because he wasn't aware back then. Watching Bai Shang start sweeping while humming, swinging left and right, Yu Hong lowered his head to look at the Qingwei Heart technique. As he opened the first page, his breathing hitched, startled by the opening general statement. Observing various heavenly illusion skills, they all focus on the confusion of living beings, yet none has pondered where life originates. Since illusion can ensnare a living being, why not go further, ensnaring the very foundation of its composition? Wow, this statement elevated illusion skills to a new height. Yu Hong eagerly flipped the pages forward. The root of life lies in countless micro-living organisms dividing work, integrating part with whole, transforming quantity into quality, thereby giving life, producing spirit. This is the first sublimation. For us cultivators, the goal is to produce God with spirit, the second sublimation. Upon reaching the immortal realm, it's producing Yuan with God, the third sublimation. Observing the 3 sublimations, each constructs the whole with parts, ultimately changing quantity into quality. If so, why not deceive and bewilder at the root, and from the initial illusion derive the reality? Upon seeing this theory, Yu Hong instantly felt a seemingly ordinary illusion skill ascend to a doctrine pointing directly to the root by this ancestor. He continued to the next page. Based on this aim, I've divided illusion skills into 3 realms with 9 levels. The first realm, Illusion Human. The so-called illusion human is inferior to deceiving a single part, such as hands, feet, internal organs, meridians. The human body constantly undergoes countless cell divisions and deaths. If one can bewilder the nascent cells, they can cause internal discord during combat, self-consumption, triggering the internal immune system to destroy own cells, thereby confusing its immune recognition system, leading to self-collapse. Wow! Yu Hong exclaimed in amazement. This ancestor not only integrated various types of knowledge but also succinctly touched the core in one statement. The summary is simple. What is easiest to deceive? The answer is newborns. Therefore, the ancestor chose a different path, deceiving newly born cells to cause disarray in opponents. The continuation involves specific manipulation on how to utilize mana to plunge opponents into self-consumption. The process is quite complex since in combat, the power between both sides is usually similar, so bypassing the opponent's defenses to affect their body is a skill. This is also why this cultivation technique can only serve as support rather than the main path. It lacks attack power, but once given a chance to infiltrate even a tiny influence, it can utilize that minor foothold to swiftly cause chaos and internal consumption in opponents, snowballing to collapse. But the premise is breaking through the opponent's complete defense to create an opening for one's mana to permeate. Then leverage this unique thin line of mana. Of course, this mana isn't ordinary either, requiring slight modifications on the foundational Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique's mana. Yu Hong skimmed through the table of contents. The full name of this Qingwei Heart technique is Qingwei Confusing Heart Dao, commonly shortened as Qingwei Dao. The entire book details 3 realms with 9 levels: Illusion Human Realm, Illusion Life Realm, Illusion Death Realm. The cultivation technique details only the Illusion Human Realm. The following parts reaching the level of immortals are just theoretical constructs by the ancestor with no physical form. So there's only one realm with 3 levels. Yu Hong scoured through subsequent content. It had over 1,900 pages, covering only the 3 levels of the Illusion Human Realm. The cultivation's complexity and difficulty ranked the highest among techniques he had practiced. However, if mastered, this technique is indeed an exceptionally robust protective cultivation technique. He started from the first level, realizing it begins with analyzing the basic composition of a human: organs, bones, muscles, skin, membranes, the shared principles and mechanisms of their division and operation. These were compiled as the fundamental characteristics that all living beings possess. Further, it discussed the structure and operation of tissues and cells, finally mentioning the need to refine a unique mana called Misty Sky. Yu Hong, deeply engrossed, noticed Bai Shang had finished tidying and was ready to leave as he looked up. Care to walk together? Seeing him return to his senses, Bai Shang smiled and invited. Sure. Yu Hong nodded. But can I borrow some books to take back? Of course, as long as you return them the next day. Bai Shang agreed indifferently. Immediately, Yu Hong took out the books he wanted to read, packed them, and summoned a speedman to carry them. The summoned speedman caught Bai Shang's attention. He circled around the speedman a few times. Isn't this one of the low-level monsters from the Black Disaster? Different in appearance but essentially the same. Impressive junior disciple, mimicking it so well, Bai Shang remarked in surprise. Just a small trick. If senior brother wishes to learn, I can teach you. Yu Hong smiled. I'd rather not. Too much haste makes waste. I'm not even well-versed in the Chengxing sword technique yet, so I won't touch other stuff. Bai Shang politely declined. The two walked out of the book collection pavilion, leisurely strolling through the garden of Wanshua Palace. By the way, junior brother, you've been at Wanshua Palace for a while. How is it? Have you adapted? It's fine, very quiet here. Occasionally odd things happen, but overall it's excellent. A great place for cultivation.
Yu Hong évalua Ted objectively.
But quite dull, with little to amuse ourselves with on normal days. Bai Shang sighed. Back at the main star, we had lots more fun, like flying sword competitions, banquets, AQ exhibits, treasure appraisal events, ruin explorations, new star developments, native education. It was endless entertainment. I don't have much demand. Being able to cultivate peacefully is already wonderful. Yu Hong replied indifferently. Indeed, myself and He Ying both noticed you can settle down for cultivation, more suitable for it than us. Bai Sheng nodded. That's also why I came to see you today. He paused, continuing. Since the Heavenly Venerate's disappearance, various phenomena gradually appeared across the star domain. We've re-established the source for cultivation arts at Qinghe Mountain, because absorbing the core of heaven and earth's human vitality has become more challenging. Therefore, the elders discovered a new, faster method of absorbing vitality, which is the life well. Life well? Vitality can gather into a well? Yu Hong asked in amazement. Of course, But this vitality isn't the pure vitality we cultivated. It should be considered a special environment containing infinite vitality. This is why we call it life well. After all, our dream is to have our own vitality form rivers, lakes, and seas, Bai Sheng explained. Does the vitality within it truly have no end? Yu Hong asked skeptically. Indeed it does, Bai Sheng nodded, because the source of the life well is a place named the Sea of Life, which seems to be a kind of star disaster, also known to you as a source disaster. However, this star disaster is comparatively special, not yet fully matured. He reached out and grasped Yu Hong's shoulder. Suddenly, the two vanished, reappearing kilometers away in a grayish-white dense forest. Towering gigantic trees pointed straight at the sky, the ground blanketed in thick grayish-white fallen leaves, all composed of finger-shaped slender leaves. Amidst the countless leaves was a circular well cover buried under thick layers of leaves. The cover was in an iron-black color, resembling plain wrought iron. Bai Sheng stepped up, placing his hand on the well cover. This is the life well where our rapid enhancement bases. You're a genius. Your aptitude far surpasses ours, so be extra careful while absorbing it. The vitality within is terrifyingly potent. A moment of carelessness, you'll grow odd new parts in your body, for it enhances not only your regular cells, organs, and tissues but also deviant ones, equally nourished. Any slight negligence might render you terminally ill. That's quite extreme. Yu Hong looked at the life well, extra cautious now. Yes, after all, the life well is connected to a star disaster. Albeit the Sea of Life is a relatively weak, unformed star disaster, it's still beyond ordinary cultivators to counter. It harbors the same malevolence as annihilate life, Bai Sheng replied. He glanced at his watch. All right, you can absorb the vitality power here by yourself. Inside are various highly regenerative insects and such. I'm heading back now. Remember, just slide the cover a little to create a gap. Senior brother, go attend to your matters. Yu Hong nodded. No real business, just agreed with a junior sister to stroll on the orbiting satellite. Your junior sister is shy. She dislikes such occurrences in familiar places. You understand? Bai Sheng gave a knowing look. Yu Hong immediately understood. These two had been involved for quite a while. Then senior brother better hurry. Don't let senior sister wait, he replied, at a loss for words. All right, I'm heading off now, Bai Sheng said, smiling. Whoosh. Before Yu Hong finished speaking, Bai Sheng shot up into the sky, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Chapter 522. This eager look made Yu Hong sigh involuntarily. Indeed, reproduction is one of humanity's most basic needs. Returning to his senses, he slowly approached the well cover, reached out, grasped the edge and gradually exerted force. An incredibly thick moldy smell, accompanied by a wisp of blue-green smoke, wafted out. He should have thought of this. The abundance of life force results in an overwhelming multiplication of microorganisms. However, as his senior brother said, this place is an excellent holy land for cultivation. Moreover, he could absorb the Earth's vitality, essentially the life force of microorganisms, so bugs weren't needed at all. Immediately, without hesitation, he waved his hand. Within a range of several meters, he quickly laid down a small dust-free array using his inner strength. Then, a group of Kaijing Taoists appeared out of thin air, spreading around to start vigilant patrols. After doing all this, Yu Hong sat cross-legged and began absorbing the vitality power seeping out from beneath the well cover. Instantly, endless amounts of invisible vitality emanated from the blue-green smoke, being inhaled by Yu Hong through his mouth and nose. Then, entering through his mouth and nose, it was taken into his body, forming a new Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao Method True Qi. Inner strength and True Qi were entirely different from this point, leaping to a new level. Yu Hong absorbed relentlessly, lost in himself. The Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique for the Qi cultivation stage theoretically has no bottleneck, only requiring the absorption of massive amounts of vitality to transform into True Qi to fill oneself. Once the body is fully saturated without being able to contain even the slightest bit more True Qi, he could begin foundation establishment. During foundation establishment, it is also necessary to continuously produce true qi to maintain that saturated pressure environment. Thus, every cultivator of Qinghe Mountain has a significant demand for vitality. With this absorption, Yu Hong entirely lost track of time. The sky rapidly darkened around him. The gray-white forest turned into a pitch-black scene. Familiar wisps of black mist gradually emerged among the woods. Human-like figures bearing long swords approached silently from all around. But the next moment, before Yu Hong noticed anything, the bracelet on his hand slightly trembled, emitting a mysterious aura. Immediately, these figures retreated silently again, disappearing from sight. From start to finish, the patrolling Kai Jing Taoists didn't sense a thing. And Yu Hong continued immersing himself in the mad rush to enhance his true qi, unable to extricate himself. With 3 days passing without eating or drinking, finally, at 6:13 on the morning of the 4th day, Yu Hong exhaled a long breath of turbid air, a flash of white light over his body quickly subsiding. 5th layer reached. Hurriedly returning to the safe house for some food, he went back to the spot to continue obsessively absorbing the Earth's vitality. The vitality heavenly river surrounding him grew more intense, gradually shifting from gray to gray-black, creating a stark contrast with the semi-transparent, infinite, heavenly river. Absorb, purify, assimilate. The speed of these 3 processes in his body was astonishing. The newly acquired thunder speed increased his speed by 70%. Whether it was absorption, purification, or assimilation, everything went up by 70%. Yu Hong's body, initially modified to an extraordinary degree, now exploded in progress thanks to thunder speed amplification. Time went by day. Bai Shang occasionally came by to check Yu Hong's absorption progress but always turned with a constipated expression after just a glance. No reason other than Yu Hong's speed was too fast. Half a month passed in a blink. Yu Hong woke from his meditation once more. Looking at his much-lengthened beard, hair, and nails, he exhaled, and with a thought, a Kai Jing Taoist appeared behind him to start trimming his hair and nails. Another Kai Jing Taoist carefully collected the fallen hair and nails, avoiding leaving a hidden danger. The 6th layer. This speed is indeed impressive. The vitality is incredibly dense, undeniably worthy of being called the life well. He felt no change in his body strength. It was apparent he had already reached Golden Core Realm physique strength before Qi cultivation, thus reducing the self-modification step now. The progress was even faster. He paused, not because he couldn't continue, but he hadn't paid respects in a long time, and he couldn't neglect the mortal martial traits either. Thunder speed had significantly boosted his pace, so the subsequent activity of brushing for traits couldn't be disregarded. Immediately he got up, resealed the well cover, dismissed the Kai Jing Taoist, and with a flash of movement technique, headed towards Wanshua Palace. After greeting the meditating Yushuezi, Yu Hong swiftly proceeded to the book collection pavilion. What should be practiced next? He thought, standing before the bookshelf. Or perhaps continue exploring cultivation techniques related to thunder. The traits gained from the last 2 were quite notable. Deciding on action, Yu Hong rifled through the bookshelf, soon holding a new manual. Tiger Roar Thunder Sound. A martial art focusing on sound waves, somewhat peculiar, yet it found narrow application in cultivation since sonic speed might seem fast to mortals but is trivial to cultivators. With trust in the thunder characteristics of Gong methods, Yu Hong opened it to look. He found the martial art followed a unique path, transmitting sound waves through solid mediums directly into the enemy, meaning its full name should be Tiger Roar Thunder Sound Palm. Still a close-quarter technique. Yu Hong didn't nitpick. After all, the propagation speed of sound waves in solid flesh greatly surpasses that in the air. It still has some practical applicability. Holding Tiger Roar Thunder Sound, he left the book collection pavilion, planning to return for more secluded training. But, upon just entering the mine tunnel, he saw the strange broken hole on the wall. Inside the hole was a thick arm reaching out, scrounging and clawing handfuls of rock and soil back inside. Yu Hong halted, quietly observing the broken hole. He felt strongly that the biggest secret of Wanchua Palace was hidden within that hole. Whoosh! Soon, the arm stopped rummaging, swiftly retracting, and didn't emerge again for a while. Recalling his previous venture inside, Yu Hong cautiously approached. Should I go inside for a look? The thought was intense, but equally intense were the dangerous feelings faced when encountering sword cultivation monsters. The latter continually reminded him of his weakness here, urging not to act rashly before mastering his cultivation. Clearly biding time would bring growth, so why venture fatally into danger? Thus, Yu Hong's extended foot retracted. He then ignored the hole as if invisible and left. Hold on a bit longer. Wait until my divine skill is perfected. There's no rush to go inside then. Soon his figure disappeared into the tunnel without reappearing. Another few minutes passed. A squat figure with a giant hump appeared at the hole's edge. It was the corrupt itinerant merchant. He observed the hole on the wall, then the direction Yu Hong had left, releasing unclear laughter. Suddenly he reached out, pressing hard against the hole. Poof! The hole abruptly faded, vanished, as if it had never been. Having done this, the corrupt itinerant merchant turned and vanished into the tunnel's darkness. Meanwhile, in the safe house, Yu Hong played with the glowing small pill furnace, pondering its purpose. Inputting inner strength, there was no reaction. Inputting true qi. The pill furnace's white light brightened, but nothing else happened. He set it aside and resumed practicing Chaotic God Heavenly Eye skill as evening fell outside. Hours later, Yu Hong opened his eyes, watching the fleeting blurred figures outside the window. He lifted his wrist, staring at the bracelet wrapped around it, thinking a moment before gently removing it. Then he rose and walked to the window. Poof! Suddenly a pale face smashed against the window before him, only a dozen centimeters away from Yu Hong's face. It was the monster sword cultivator who had appeared before. Yu Hong recognized him. Sure enough, it's the function of the bracelet. Yu Hong maintained a blank expression while watching him. The monster sword cultivator wore a white Taoist robe similar to Bai Shang and He Ying. Yu Hong himself had a set and was quite familiar with them. This Wanchua Palace Taoist robe had snowflake patterns at the collar and the Qinghe Mountain's blue-green triangle symbol at the cuffs. The blue-green triangle, with a mountain character inside, was Qinghe Mountain's simplified mark. Following these, Yu Hong's gaze moved from the robe to the sheathed sword on his back. That sword was peculiar too. The sword sheath was emerald green, and the hilt had no crossguard wings, only a round, glowing dark green pearl embedded centrally. The overall form was ancient and slender. The sword blade Yu Hong remembered seeing during the last fight was green as well. I remember breaking this guy's sword last time, didn't I?
Yu Squinted, recaligne.
Swish. In a flash, the monster sword cultivator outside the window vanished abruptly. Unconcerned, he turned around and reattached the bracelet, and returned to rigorous training. Thus, the black mark enhanced practice and cultivation for Yu Hong, refining Qi, Chaotic God, and Mortal Martial, training all three together. Time flew rapidly. Over a month passed again in the blink of an eye. Yu Hong sat cross-legged inside the safe house, listening to the thunderstorm raging outside. But inside he brimmed with joy. Within a month, not only did he achieve Qi cultivation breakthroughs to the 7th layer, but also swiftly mastered the newly selected Tiger Roar Thunder sound. Thunder speed stacking with Tao breath circulation, the bonuses from both traits rendered his cultivation technique absurdly fast. And now, at his throat, a faint golden light flickered, a sign that Tiger Roar Thunder sound was reaching the 9th layer's perfection. Poof! Suddenly, Yu Hong opened his mouth, emitting a silent roar. There was no sound, only vibration. An invisible vibrational circle expanded from him, quickly enveloping the entire room. Tiger Roar Thunder sound reached its peak, acquiring the trait Tiger Form. Tiger Form. By mimicking the Tiger Form's moves, enhanced destructiveness by 2.5 times. A good trait. Yu Hong smiled with satisfaction. Though unrelated to cultivation, this trait significantly boosted his combat performance. Over twice the enhancement, achieved merely by executing Tiger Form, was highly worthwhile. At that moment, Black Mark issued another reminder. 10 traits reached, slight disharmony detected. Proceed with fusion? Traits can be fused? Yu Hong paused, finding the Black Mark's functionality unexpectedly rich. Does fusion require using Black Mark enhancement time? He questioned. Fusion and enhancement cannot proceed simultaneously. Black Mark's reply indirectly answered his query. How to fuse? Yu Hong inquired with interest. No response came. It seemed the Black Mark's built-in prompts didn't cover this aspect. After several futile attempts, he resigned to exploring on his own. Chapter 523. Yu Hong wandered around the safe house a few times, found some paper and pen, and wrote down all his traits in Chinese characters. Tao breath circulation, underwater breathing, night moth, spiritual sharpness, extreme summoning, heart imprint, elf ancient trees call, steel fist, thunder speed, tiger form. A total of 10 items. Among them, the most practical are Tao breath circulation and thunder speed. The others are used less frequently except for elf ancient trees call. Looking at these traits, Yu Hong pondered for a moment and closed his eyes to explore the dark space in his mind with his consciousness. In the dark space, the light orbs belonging to the safehouse Black Spirit and the summonings were in one corner. In another corner, the light was dimmer and not noticeable. Yu Hong had never paid attention to this place before. Upon closer inspection now, he discovered that there were different light clusters corresponding to each trait here. A total of 10 light clusters, all a dull gray-white color. Yu Hong's consciousness floated in front of the light clusters, and as soon as he slightly imagined touching a light cluster, he could immediately obtain the information of the trait he touched. He touched each one, confirming that every trait was here. So, how to fuse them? Yu Hong pondered for a moment, imagining his consciousness growing a body, growing limbs. Pop! Soon, in the dark consciousness space, a real body condensed and appeared. After moving his body a bit, he found that compared to reality, the body here was more flexible and reactive. Raising his hand, he saw that his palm was light blue, glowing with fluorescence. Then, should I push 2 traits together? He picked 2 unimportant ones at random. Night moth and underwater breathing. He grabbed the light orbs of these 2 traits, one in each hand, and squeezed them together in the middle. Bayu! The 2 light clusters merged seamlessly together. Then they became a slightly larger white light cluster. Soon, as Yu Hong touched it, a surge of new information flowed into his hand. Do you want to fuse night moth and underwater breathing into one? Warning, the original traits will disappear after fusion, and the new trait may be higher or lower than the original. It cannot be changed. On the light orb, a clear countdown timer appeared. 11 days, 1 hour, 13 minutes. Yu Hong didn't hesitate and confirmed it in his heart. Exiting the consciousness space, he suppressed his curiosity and quietly continued with intense cultivation. Waiting. 11 days was not long for him now, so he chose another red training palm mortal martial and continued to refine traits. The Black Mark continuously enhanced all martial arts required elixirs as well. Every day followed a cycle of Wanchua Palace, Life Well, and Safe House in 3 points and 3 lines. Soon, the enhancement time arrived. Yu Hong woke up early specially for this day, bathed, changed clothes, and calmed his mind, just waiting to see what trait could be fused. Before dawn, he sat cross-legged in the cultivation room, activated the soundproof array, and summoned Kai Jing Taoist to inspect the surroundings. Buzz. Finally, close to noon, there was a soft sound in Yu Hong's mind. Fusion complete. Acquired new trait Night Breath. Night Breath at nightfall, all your recovery speeds increase by 3 times, immune to all normal toxins, and have 80% resistance to extraordinary toxins. Immune to suffocation. This enhancement, amazing. Yu Hong's eyes widened. Previously, Night Moth only increased recovery speed by 75% and provided full toxin resistance, but now it's a super enhanced version. He immediately tried to start the fusion again. But traits are less than 10, cannot start fusion. The black marks prompt came. It seems I must maintain a full 10 to be able to fuse. Yu Hong suppressed his expectation and continued to patiently cultivate the newly acquired red training palm. After fusion, he now had 9 traits, so he at least needed to cultivate 1 more to be able to fuse again. From this attempt, it seems that the fusion is based on the abilities of the included traits, with enhancements and extensions added. Given this, Yu Hong most anticipated the fusion enhancement of Tao breath circulation. Of course, to be safe, it's best to fuse 2 traits that both enhance cultivation speed, so no matter which is dominant, he can ultimately gain enhanced cultivation speed. For example, thunder speed and Tao breath circulation. In the practice of cultivation, time is immeasurable. While Yu Hong is devoting himself to the study of trait fusion and rapidly improving his cultivation, far across 2 source disasters, in the Hope City world, the sky was dark. Gray-black mists spread out, covering the earth. The Spirit Alliance's top echelons were gathered at a location, gazing at the anomaly in the sky. Quan He stood at the forefront, with Qing Huang and Hope City committee member Chen Yaofeng by her side. Behind them stood a group of Qingchen Temple elders, including Yu Mo and Yu Hen. Everyone's faces were solemn, with deep worry or anxiety in their eyes. "Are you sure it's the Gate of Despair appearing in the near-Earth orbit?" Quan He asked in a deep voice. "Confirmed. Various devices linked with satellites have captured photos from different angles and sent them back. It's 100% confirmed." Chen Yaofeng solemnly replied, "We have already confirmed 79 gates. Obviously, they didn't open in a short time but started much earlier. It's just that they were far from us, so we didn't notice." "Any solutions?" Quan He asked. "The distance is too far. Many weapons are hard to send up in time. We attempted to launch some large hydrogen bombs, but they were detonated before getting close." Chen Yaofeng shook his head. "What worries me is not the Gate of Despair." Quan He gazed at the sky, her eyes heavy. "According to the pattern, each source disaster is stronger than the last. We repelled it last time, and this time it's undoubtedly far stronger. I fear that what's coming this time won't just be the Gate of Despair." Chen Yaofeng did not speak further, as he didn't know how to answer or solve the issue. The only hope now was to see if Quan He could propose a suitable solution. "I will." Quan He was about to say more when her expression suddenly changed dramatically. "Be careful, it's coming." She quickly raised her hand and formed a seal. Her hand released a burst of golden light that shot toward the sky. Screech! The golden light rushed toward the dark clouds above. At that moment, a colossal black meteorite suddenly burst out of the clouds. The meteorite nearly filled the entire sky, pushing apart all the clouds. The surface of the meteorite was jagged and crawling with countless wriggling black disaster monsters. Elephant worms, speakmen, 3-headed birds, black giants, 3-eyed black giants, a countless number, perhaps millions, perhaps tens of millions, stretching as far as the eye could see. Boom! Just then, the golden light launched by Quan He collided with the center of the meteorite. The golden light exploded, flattening into a disk with countless golden runes swirling and rotating, stirring up fierce winds all around. The golden disk forcefully held the enormous meteorite back. Quan He channeled endless power from her body into golden beams that bolstered the disk. Whoosh! The people below finally relaxed slightly, exhaling heavily. In that brief moment, they almost fell into despair, as the meteorite was overwhelmingly massive. Luckily, Quan He Monarch was there. Chen Yaofeng and Qing Huang, feeling relieved, couldn't help but look at Quan He. But upon seeing her, their hearts sank. Quan He's eyes and nose were slowly bleeding. No power was escaping her body, meaning all her strength was concentrated in the golden disk above. Despite this, they could see the golden disk sinking gradually. Crack! Some parts of the meteorite began to fracture, sending varying-sized fragments flying as a meteor shower across the world. The fragments were crawling with black disaster monsters. Ranging from weak to strong, everything was there. Simultaneously, huge 3-headed goddess statues with 8 arms crawled out from deeper cracks in the meteorite, wearing eerie grins as they flew out. Each stood over 100 meters tall, covered in patterns like porcelain cracks, trailing thick plumes of red value black smoke, shooting as hundreds of meteors relentlessly crashing into the golden disk. Crack. Tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the disk. Jade pearl with all my heart. Quan He's whole body burst with golden light, and a golden jade pendant was thrown high, transforming into a giant immortal crane fashioned from gold in midair. The immortal crane rapidly expanded, its wings spreading to nearly cover everyone's sight. Buzz! The golden crane collided head-on with hundreds of three-headed goddess statues. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The crane's body released countless golden feathers that turned into blades, swiftly piercing through the goddess statues. Feathers and statues exploded into brilliant golden lights in the sky. At this moment, Quan He was taking on the enormous Black Disaster army amassed from more than 79 fused gates of despair all by herself. Another ray of light. In a trance, a black figure resembling Deadwood appeared on the surface of the giant meteorite. The figure wielded a staff with its legs fused to the meteorite. Beside it were innumerable pale skeletons. Beyond the skeletons, more three-headed goddess statues madly rushed out.
Destruction, unstoppable.
Sorry, only through your disappearance can we survive. The Deadwood figure raised its staff, aiming far below at Quan He. May the holy tower bless you. Hiss. The tip of the staff quietly gathered a black-purple aura. Within the aura swirled a deeply concentrated red value energy. Bang! The next moment, the black-purple aura shot out violently. Asterisk. 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 On the mining star, Yu Hong, who was immersed in cultivation in the safe house, suddenly felt a massive surge of spirit light frantically pouring into his body from some unknown source. The previously sealed light well was immediately impacted by this external force, stirring restlessly from the inside and the outside. Not good. Yu Hong's expression changed slightly. Such a situation would only arise if a significant number of the spirit light seeds he had sent out were destroyed. This meant that the seeds he left behind might be in trouble. Immediately, Yu Hong put his cultivation aside, looked at the sky outside. It was still afternoon. He dashed out the door, quickly heading towards Wanshua Palace. No matter where the problem occurred, he must find a way to take a look. Chapter 524. Inside the Wanshua Palace, Yu Shuizi stood in a side hall, carefully painting the afternoon sunset with a brush. The soft red sunlight slanted into the palace, casting his shadow long and old. In such a rush, what's the urgent matter? Yu-hu. Without turning around, he already knew of Yu Hong's arrival. Master, I recently noticed something about the mark left on someone I care about, and it seems unusual. I suspect there might be trouble. Could I take leave to return and check on things? Yu Hong entered the side hall, bowed with clasped hands, and explained immediately. Just go yourself. Come back after resolving it. Yu Shuizi turned his head to look at him. But I can't go back. Once I return, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to come back to the mining star. Yu Hong worriedly said. He could indeed return, but returning to the mining star would be much harder, as he relied on the savior ship drifting around without a map before. I see. That's easy to handle. Yu Shuizi pondered for a moment and then walked out of the hall. After a while, he returned and handed Yu Hong a brass ball the size of a palm. This is the water instrument ball, which can discern directions within a star disaster and open a portal back to the mining star. There's no distance limit. It's a must-have for disciples from Qinghe Mountain going on journeys. Unless you've gone deep into some extremely intense star disaster, this can bring you back. The usage is to input your true qi. The further the distance, the more true qi it requires, so you may need to input for multiple times. Don't worry about not having enough. You can input multiple times. Listening to this, Yu Hong was delighted, quickly receiving the water instrument ball. Thank you, Master. It's nothing. Do you need help? Yu Shuizi asked again. No need. I just need to temporarily release part of the seal in my body. Yu Hongdao said. The seal shouldn't be recklessly touched, or the situation will worsen. Yu Shuizi contemplated a bit. How about this? Let your senior brothers and sisters come over. Wait a moment. He closed his eyes for a few seconds, then changed the topic, starting to inquire about other matters. You have already reached the 7th layer in Qi cultivation? Your speed is good, but for you, the Qi cultivation has no bottleneck and is quite fast. From foundation establishment on, the difficulty will increase layer by layer. By then, this speed won't be possible. Remember not to be arrogant or impatient. Calm down and practice. Within 100 years, returning to void is already successful. Disciple understands. Yu Hong was not surprised that his cultivation couldn't be hidden. After all, the gap in cultivation was too large. Moreover, being from the same source and system, being seen through is normal. In a short while, outside the side hall, Bai Shang and Heiying transformed into 2 streams of light, landing and entering the room. Master, why did you summon the disciple? The disciple was bathing. Is there an urgent matter? The 2 asked one after the other. It's your junior brother. There's an emergency at home. Encountering trouble? Needing help? You guys look into resolving it. Yu Shuezi pointed at Yu Hong. Encountered trouble? That's easy to handle, junior brother. Catch this. Bai Shang was delighted upon hearing this, taking out a green token engraved with the character victory from his sleeve and throwing it over. Bah! Yu Hong caught it. On the other side, Heiying also threw out a black token with the character Ing. These are our temporary summoning tokens, which can open a temporary arrival gate lasting half a minute. As long as the distance isn't too far, we can come out in time to help you ward off trouble. Bai Shang explained with a smile. Use mine first. Your senior brother is less composed. My interventions are quieter. Heiying added on the side. Who's saying that? Use mine first. My strength is greater. And if senior sister can't resolve it, you might eventually need me to rescue. Bai Sheng argued. Who are you saying is not strong? Heiying was immediately displeased. That's the truth, Bai Shang retorted stubbornly. See you on the neighboring star then. Heiying challenged for a fight. Heh, I'll let you use one hand, Bai Sheng sneered. Then don't ask me to change positions later. Heiying flared up. Yeah. Bai Shang's old face reddened. Can we not discuss this here? Hey. Heiying scoffed, turning and leaving. Hey, junior sister, wait. Bai Shang hurriedly chased after her, leaving Yu Shuezi and Yu Hong speechless. They're about to get married, yet they don't avoid suspicion. Yu Shuezi sighed. All right, you've got the things. Go if you want to. Be careful and come back early, he instructed. Yes. Yu Hong quickly lowered his head to salute. Hurriedly leaving Wanshua Palace, he returned to the Black Spirit and entered the main control room. Taking a deep breath. Start, he commanded in his heart. Buzz. The safe house, savior ship, that had been dormant for so long, finally started up once more. In the next moment, colorful threads surged around the safe house. Countless threads wrapped around it layer by layer. Soon, the threads faded away, disappearing along with the safe house. Entering the familiar depths of the wind disaster, Yu Hong steadied his mind, carefully feeling the continuously surging spirit light threads. He accelerated, sitting in the main control room, watching the safe house stream toward the source of the spirit light. When going deeper into the interior, most was against the current, extremely slow, but now rushing to the outside end. It's riding the current, making its speed at least twice as fast. Yu Hong only felt the entire house shaking violently. And then with his own power and the colorful lines outside pushing him, the speed grew faster and faster. The colorful lines outside the window turned into extremely slow forward movement. This meant that the safe house's direction and the colorful lines outside were consistent at this moment, and its speed was just slightly slower than the lines. Soon, a violent shock, the safe house crossed the Phoenix Eye, passing by huge eerie humanoid faces. Large meteor-like faces flashed by. Some jellyfish-like translucent creatures appeared vaguely, accompanying the safe house forward. Yu Hong sensed the safe house crossed the node where the floating city was, his heart slightly relieved, meaning that he and the others were all right. What remained was only the place with a large amount of spirit light, which was asterisk, 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 Hope City World. In the dim sky, gray-white smoke transformed into columns, connecting heaven and earth. Strands of colorful threads floated in midair, emerging and split apart, revealing the irregular shape of the black spirit, the safe house. Whoosh! The next second, the black spirit shot out, plummeting fiercely toward the ground below. In a split second, the thousands of meters of altitude reached the ground. No massive impact. As it was about to land, layers of arrays emerged below the safe house. Shimmering white light cushioned the massive impact, and then it landed softly. After landing, the safe house quickly transformed into a 3-story high black building, fixed atop a scorched wasteland. Click. The door opened. Yu Hong, dressed in a white Taoist robe, stepped out slowly, scanning the surroundings. The outside world was littered with chaos. On the scorched plain, piles of burning debris emitted thick gray smoke. Apart from the slight crackling of flames and the sound of the wind, no other sound was perceptible. So things did happen here. Yu Hong took out an enhanced detector. He pressed the switch. Beep. The LCD showed the red value here, 789.126. Trouble. Yu Hong surveyed the surroundings, feeling the continuous surge of spirit light from a direction. He exerted force through his feet. Boom! The ground shattered into a large pit, and he shot out, breaking the sound barrier, charging towards the south. Amid the rumbling, accompanied by continuous sonic booms, the temperature on Yu Hong's body rapidly rose. But he paid no mind, constantly observing the two-side situation during the mad rush. Soon, following the direction of the spirit light threads, after over an hour of sprinting, a different scene appeared beyond the ruins ahead. A city-sized massive black meteor was half embedded into the ground, with its other half exposed. Around the meteor, an innumerable amount of black disaster monsters surged like a tide, rushing toward a certain direction. Yu Hong knew he had arrived. He immediately accelerated again. Meanwhile, he took a deep breath. The chaotic God Sky Eye skill within his body operated freely, transforming into a protective gray light that shielded his entire body, then charged head-on into the wave of black disaster monsters. The next second, he collided head-on with the black tide. An elephant worm just sensed something amiss, turned to look at him, and before it could roar, it was struck straight in the middle, exploding instantly like a bomb. Following closely were crowds of black giants, pushing toward a certain direction. They too were rammed by Yu Hong, creating a blood-soaked path. The three-headed bird, gigantic humanoid figures seemingly made of black slime, dripping with long wet hair. Various levels of black disasters became nothing before Yu Hong at this moment. In a short while, all the monsters in front were cleared away, replaced by a colossal silver-gray fortress. The fortress continuously sprayed torrents of shells, flames, bullets, and strong acids, pushing back the thick clouds of flying monsters besieging it. Yu Hong leaped high, skillfully evading cannonballs and bullets, landing accurately inside a damaged opening. A three-headed goddess statue roared upon discovering him, lunging to crush him. It was repelled by a single point from Yu Hong's hand. The power of the 8th layer of the chaotic god Heavenly Eye skill surged at his fingertip, transforming into a gray light beam, shooting out. Sizzle! The beam hit the three-headed goddess statue right between its brows, causing no visible harm. But the next moment, as the Black Disaster's top monster was about to smash into Yu Hong, right before impact, it suddenly halted, suspended in mid-air, then turned to attack a group of three-headed birds nearby. Its 6 eyes tinged with strands of gray-white bloodlines, evidently temporarily controlled by the chaotic God Sky Eye's chaotic influence. The effect is not bad. This was Yu Hong's first practical use since reaching the 8th layer. Surprisingly, even a three-headed goddess statue could be temporarily controlled, although he wasn't sure what the control limit of the 8th layer's power was. With thoughts flashing by, Yu Hong charged through the opening, entering deep into the fortress. Meanwhile, in the fortress core, a spherical internal space. Layers upon layers of various golden light arrays completely isolated and encircled the place. Quan He was confronting a strange humanoid entirely made of withered wood. Her left arm had inexplicably vanished, and her body was covered with wounds. Her face was pale as she stared intently at the humanoid opposite her. What exactly are you? Still unwilling to submit to the holy tower? The withered wood humanoid spoke calmly. I have given you opportunities. 3 chances, you have lost twice. I don't wish to become like you, neither human nor ghost, barely maintaining self through destruction. Quan He replied coldly. Your talent is rare in the world, and your comprehension is extremely high, which is why I gave you 3 chances. Now only one remains. But you must also understand that my patience is limited. The withered wood humanoid coldly stated. Chapter 525. I don't know what the holy tower is. I only know that the way you survive makes me feel disgusted. Quan He still had a cold expression. It's not survival, just going along with the tide. That's all. The withered wood figure said indifferently. Then what is the tide? Suddenly, a somewhat unfamiliar voice came from beside the two. The withered wood figure and Quan He both instantly focused their attention, seeing a large hole had somehow appeared in the inner wall of the circular cavity. A tall and burly figure slowly walked in. The figure was wearing a white Taoist robe, with long hair draped over his shoulders, fair skin, a black eye patch over the right eye, and a left eye that was purple like glass.
Yuong.
Quan He exclaimed in surprise. Why did you come back? Leave quickly. This is not a situation you can handle. She knew Yu Hong's strength was significantly weaker than hers, while the guy who called himself the Withered Wood Commander was someone even she couldn't contend with. Even if Yu Hong rushed over, it would mean nothing more than an unnecessary sacrifice. Quan He, you look really pathetic. Yu Hong's gaze flicked over Quan He's broken arm, then quickly landed on the Withered Wood figure. And who is this? Du Yuan? The Withered Wood figure replied to Yu Hong's question in a low voice.
Holy Tower, du Yuan.
He turned slightly, facing Yu Hong. Your potential is not. Suddenly, he paused mid-sentence, seemingly interrupted by something, and didn't continue. Silence. The Withered Wood figure inexplicably fell silent. Yu Hong and Quan He waited for him to continue speaking, hoping to gather more background information. But for some reason, this guy suddenly just stopped. On you. Is it Qinghe Mountain? Unexpectedly, the Withered Wood figure Du Yuan recognized the Taoist robe symbol on Yu Hong. Oh? You know it? Yu Hong said in surprise. Unexpectedly, a black disaster monster could recognize the symbol of Qinghe Mountain. An ancient force long since destroyed. A bit surprising, Du Yuan said coldly. But it doesn't matter anymore. His right arm dropped, his palm growing numerous slender black tendrils, which quickly congealed into a sharp long spear. This is your last chance. Quan He, your final choice of freedom. Sizzle. The spear tip exploded into a giant semi-transparent web, spreading across the entire cavity in an instant. I choose no. Without the slightest hesitation, Quan He pinched a spell with one hand, circles of golden runes forming a sphere, constantly exploding out from her, layer by layer breaking through the giant web of transparent threads.
Immortal Aura.
Yu Hong on the side clearly felt the difference. Since cultivating the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique, he had gained an increasingly clear understanding of various forms of power. In Qinghe Mountain, all forms of power were divided into different stages. Normal, transcendent, immortal, transformative, unity of heaven and man, saintly position. A saintly position is where the heavenly venerate resides. They wield saintly-level power, their every move effortlessly reshaping the laws of heaven and earth and the universe, thus standing at the pinnacle of all, resisting the source disaster. And at this moment, according to the characteristics described in his cultivation technique, Yu Hong recognized that both Quan He and the Withered Wood man called Du Yuan were at the immortal level, possessing immortal-level energy like his own chaotic God Sky Eye skill. Theoretically, there are extremely vast differences even within the immortal level, as if different immortals might complement or counteract each other, with strong or weak comparisons involving absorption, etc. At this point, Yu Hong observed the power techniques released by both. Clearly, he noticed Quan He's golden spherical array required at least 3 times, if not more, energy to cancel out an equivalent volume of Du Yuan's translucent webs. This forced Quan He into a cycle of continuously unleashing massive energy bursts to maintain it. Meanwhile, Du Yuan stood effortlessly calm, with an expression of tranquility. The gap is evident. Quan He is not his match. Yu Hong instantly judged in his mind. Immediately, without hesitation, his hands suddenly glowed with blue-purple lightning. With a step, boom, he leaped off the ground, instantly appearing by Du Yuan's side. One palm. The lightning converged in his palm, transforming into a blinding small purple sun, fiercely aiming at Du Yuan. In that instant, the special trait of thunder speed activated, both the attack speed and explosion speed enhanced. The small purple sun in Yu Hong's hand grew even more intense, its power increasing by over 70%. With the full operation of the chaotic God Sky Eye skill and the thunder speed trait combined, the heavenly thunder palm. Even without the endless force of the Tai Ling skill, the immortal level chaotic God Sky Eye skill was equally powerful. A palm strike directly hit Du Yuan's left shoulder. Boom! Blue-purple lightning scattered, transforming into electric serpents that slithered away. For a moment, the entire cave was lit up with blue-purple flashes. Not a bad palm strike, but unfortunately, if it were a bit stronger, it might have hurt me. Du Yuan stood there unmoving. Despite taking Yu Hong's palm head-on, he felt nothing. Power leakage. Your strength doesn't even surpass Quan He. As he finished speaking, his right arm suddenly shot up, aiming to grab Yu Hong's right arm, which was about to strike again. Bang! Their hands collided, sending a ring of gray light into the air. It was obvious, Yu Hong grunted, stepping back several paces, raising his hand to see his palm swollen and red, evidently slightly injured. Seems I'm still quite weak, he sighed. In the next moment, his form flickered, capable of appearing in 2 different spots within a second, each time launching a lightning attack around Du Yuan. For a moment, Yu Hong's flickering figures filled the cave, exercising the instantaneous movement capability the outer eye enhancement provided, giving it full play. But even so, Du Yuan remained standing, casually blocking the incoming lightning palm imprints. Bang, 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 bang. The series of explosions continued non-stop. Quan He's golden light formation, meanwhile, hadn't paused, building layer upon layer, gradually condensing into pure golden immortal cranes, flying around. Get away! Suddenly, Quan He's spirit transmitted with a mental shout. Yu Hong reacted sharply, pulling back to create distance. Sizzle! In the next moment, a giant golden light pillar more than 10 meters thick crashed past his side, hitting the standing withered with Du Yuan directly. Boom! A 10-meter diameter charred hole was blasted in the central cavity.
Yet Du Yuan
Remained suspended in midair, with no ground left beneath his feet to stand on. But at this moment, he was entirely indifferent, watching Yu Hong and Quan He. What a pity! My patience is at its limit. He raised his spear. Swish! Likewise using instantaneous movement, in the next moment, he appeared behind Yu Hong and Quan He, with the spear tip exploding, transforming into a vast, densely meshed gray-black web, covering the two. His instantaneous movement far surpassed Yu Hong's, appearing to unleash a wide-range ability covering the entire cave the moment he arrived. Gray sound. Du Yuan sighed softly, swinging the spear faster, the giant web descending upon them. Within the giant web, Yu Hong and Quan He simultaneously unleashed their power, but were both unable to break through the pressing gray-black web. The gap in density and quality of their immortal power was too great, requiring multiple efforts to counteract a single unit of Du Yuan's power. This gap resulted in consuming time and lacking force. Go! In an instant, Quan He's body shone with golden light, grabbing Yu Hong's shoulder with the intention to forcibly send him away. But at the cost of overexertion, Her skin cracked, and a large amount of blood started to seep out. I didn't come back just to escape. Yu Hong instantly spirit transmitted, gazing at the descending gray-black web. Seems the gap even between immortals is this vast. Crack. At that moment, his right eye patch fell off on its own, revealing an eerie pupil glowing with white light, with layers of purple array formations spinning and shining. The 8th layer of Chaotic God Sky Eye skill, fully activated. Buzz. A dazzling halo centered on Violet, surrounded by vibrant colors, condensed and appeared deep in the pupil. Chaotic God. In the next instant, Yu Hong slightly raised his head. His right eye shot forth a magnificent violet light. Sizzle. The violet light, sharp like a blade, instantly split the gray-black web in two, slicing it from top to bottom. Then it rapidly approached the web's creator, Du Yuan. Du Yuan noticed the anomaly in time, raising his hand to catch the violet light. His hand continuously blocked the beam, yet for the first time he was forcefully pushed backward step by step. On the verge of stepping into the next power stage. It's strong. But how long can you maintain such power? Du Yuan said calmly. Longer than you expect. Yu Hong gritted his teeth, fully urging his power. A massive amount of Chaotic God Sky Eye skill's inner strength gushing from his right eye, transforming into a purple beam outpouring. This was an exaggerated attack at least several times stronger than the prior immortal power, yet even with such an attack it merely forced Du Yuan back a few steps, still unable to injure him. The violet beam lasted a full 10 seconds before gradually fading. Hiss. Black smoke rose from Du Yuan's palm. Not bad, your trump card is even stronger than Quan He's, but that is all, he said. Next. He stepped forward towards the two. It's time to pen the last stroke to end this world. Is that your final words? Suddenly a cold female voice sounded behind him. What? Du Yuan jolted. He hadn't noticed anyone behind him. How could it be? He was an actual high-ranking officer of the Holy Tower, a commander-level powerhouse. How could he not notice someone getting this close? In a fraction of a second, his whole body tensed, raising his hand, the spear in his palm spun rapidly, backward. Pfft. Yet in the next second, all motion halted. An exaggerated spurt of black blood erupted from his chest. Du Yuan's eyes widened, his entire frame rigid, unable to move. This? He desperately attempted to look back, but his body's stiffness rendered him unable to shift even a finger. Who is it? Exactly. 7 times, instant hell. That female voice sounded again at this time. Yet Du Yuan could no longer listen. His body began to shatter like foam, turning into countless black dots, rapidly dissipating. Behind his dissolving form, He Ying's graceful figure emerged. She held a pitch-black long sword in one hand, her long ponytail flowing to the left, wearing a snow-white Taoist robe with a cold face. Chapter 526. Junior brother, is it on time? On time, on time. Yu Hong quickly replied, breathing a sigh of relief. Am I cool or what? He Ying asked again. Cool, very cool. Yu Hong promptly replied once more. That's good. I've been thinking about this entrance for a long time. He Ying nodded. Senior sister, can we hurry up? We're running out of time. There's only half a minute left. Yu Hong couldn't help but urge, looking helpless. He had actually shattered He Ying's token 10 seconds ago, but for some reason, she hadn't shown up. It turns out she was thinking about how to make a more stylish entrance. This can be easily done. He Ying nodded, turned around, facing the gaping hole, looking at the incoming swarms of black disasters like ocean waves. Let me show you the pinnacle of the immortal realm. She clasped the sword in both hands, raising it high above her head. 7-time sword technique. Divine separation. Buzz. In the next instant, a raging and dazzling white heavenly river emerged from beside her. The river surged into the sword, as if it was a deep chasm, capable of containing endless true qi. Xing. He Ying swung her sword downward. The sword blade slashed down, transforming into a black sword scar, infinitely extending from the breach. The black sword scar rushed out of the breach, slicing through the battlefield outside, cutting all the black disaster monsters in half, forming a fissure of unknown length. At this moment on the planet's surface, a faint black sword scar suddenly appeared, carving a thin line on the gray-blue sphere's surface. The line rapidly extended, directly stretching across half of the planet's circumference. The Earth was split apart, the ocean severed, mountains cleaved in two, the immense tremor making everyone and every monster numb and unable to move. The battlefield seemed to have been paused for a moment. Yu Hong and Quan He gaped at the scene, before they could even voice their shock. The sword scar had not disappeared but suddenly unleashed a terrifying suction force. Whoosh! A raging wind swept through, with the enormous attraction pulling all the surrounding black disaster monsters into the sword scar. The black sword scar, like a gigantic invisible abyss, only absorbed black disaster monsters, doing no harm to people or anything else. Such terrifying control left Yu Hong in awe. "Remember to treat me to a meal when we get back." Hei Ying only had time to leave this one sentence before her form faded, became transparent, and disappeared. The sword scar continued to absorb black disaster monsters without end. Yu Hong and Quan He, clearly standing to the side, felt nothing apart from a stronger wind force. The battle was completely over. The two were still immersed in the recent shocking sight. Until there were no more sounds of fighting from outside, did they snap out of it. Quan He walked step by step to the corner, picked up her severed arm, pressed it to the wound, and activated a spell to reconnect it. After spending a few seconds to reconnect it properly, she walked to the black sword scar still floating in midair. She reached out to try and touch it, but the sword scar seemed illusory, completely untouchable. She could only touch empty air. "I've learned a lot," she sighed deeply in silence. "So have I." Yu Hong sighed in agreement. "Wasn't that senior brought by you?" Quan He looked at him. "Yes. But I didn't expect her to be this strong either."
Yu Hong smiled dryly.
"I thought she was just a bit stronger than that, Du Yuan." He gestured with a small gap. "Alas. You came back a bit late." Quan He lowered her head, looking dejected. "Everyone is dead. Only Qing Huang, UMO, and I are left. 9/10 of the Spirit Alliance have perished." "What about Chun Yaofeng?" "He died in the first wave. His strength was the weakest. Couldn't withstand the initial impact," Quan He replied. "What about Master Yu Hen and the others?" "The same." Both fell into silence for a moment, until hurried footsteps were heard from outside. They collected themselves and headed towards the breach. Half an hour later, at the highest point of the fortress, a relatively intact warehouse was used as a meeting room. Yu Hong, Quan He, UMO, and Qing Huang all gathered here. "The people of the Taoist sect are all gone. Only a few of us are left. What's happened to this world?" UMO, the elder, looked much older, with a sorrowful and despondent expression, hunched in a chair.
Alliance hiérarche.
Qing Huang still recognized Yu Hong as the Alliance hierarch, standing by his side. "The disaster broke out 2 weeks ago. A giant meteor suddenly fell from the sky. Then a black disaster force calling itself the Holy Tower rushed in with countless monsters. Ordinary people died 9/10 in the first wave." Holy Tower. Yu Hong squinted and remembered the name, recalling he'd heard of it from brother who as well. Holy Tower is rumored to be notoriously submissive. "What do you intend to do next?" He looked at Quan He, as she was evidently in charge. "You mentioned you've joined a sect, and that senior who dealt with Du Yuan just now is from that sect?" Quan He asked again. "Yes." Yu Hong nodded. "With your talent, if you join Qinghe Mountain like me, you will surely soar to great heights in the future. I am already seriously ill, completely bound to the ultimate sun." Quan He smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Give it a try. Perhaps my sect truly has a way."
Yu Hong urged.
"This place, that sword scar still exists, continuously absorbing black disaster monsters. How long will this last? Quan He asked. Since senior sister He Ying said it's the pinnacle of immortality. Then
Yuong hésita-t-elle.
Then what? Quan He pressed. She hated when people spoke hesitantly. Then it means as long as the sword scar doesn't encounter an immortal force of the same level, it will continue to exist here, Yu Hong answered. That's good news. We've noticed this sword scar. Wait, that's a sword scar. Qing Huang was about to explain, but suddenly realized something was off. Yes, it was created with a single slash by a senior named He Ying. Quan He nodded. The others were dumbfounded, plunged into shock. Then she looked at Yu Hong. Immortal realm, so that's what it means? She pondered Yu Hong's earlier suggestion. I understand. You've encountered a far greater world than I've known. Staying put leads only to stagnation and awaiting destruction. Nothing else matters. So, I am willing to join you. She had planned to enjoy her final years peacefully, but even this wish, the source disaster wouldn't grant her. The world in its current dilapidated state was largely due to her inadequate strength and inability to advance. That's good. Yu Hong breathed a sigh of relief. He then quickly became happy again. Having witnessed Quan He's talent and insight, he wondered what realm she might achieve if she cultivated the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique. When shall we leave? Yu Hong asked. I wish to pay my respects to the Spirit Alliance and Taoist sect brothers before leaving. Unlike Yu Hong, Quan He had stayed here all along with daily interactions with the Spirit Alliance and Taoist sect, and was extremely downhearted at the time. Although Yu Hong was the Alliance hierarch, he didn't have much interaction with his subordinates. Besides feeling a bit rueful, he was otherwise not very emotional. He had witnessed too many similar destructions. After wrapping up things in the afternoon, Quan He left together with Yu Hong, while the others chose to stay behind. After a detailed understanding of the sect Yu Hong had joined, they believed the environment at Qinghe Mountain was equally dangerous. Except for Quan He, who might rely on her terrifying talent and insight to quickly receive treatment, the rest feared they would only be a burden. They chose to stay because they discovered that the terrifying sword scar was not only absorbing the approaching endless black disaster monsters, but also the infinite red value radiation continuously emitted by the giant meteor. Absorption and emission, the meteor and the sword scar formed a delicate balance. This gave them hope of stabilizing once again. Yu Hong respected their choice. Originally, he intended to stay longer to help with the aftermath. But the continuously returning spirit light, intermittently, back into his body made him realize it wasn't just here that had issues. Other places where he left spirit light had issues too. Taking the severely injured Quan He, the two rapidly departed the Hope City world in the Black Spirit safe house. Following the direction of the spirit light, they continued forward. Inside the safe house, Quan He carefully massaged and applied medicine to her severed arm, looking exhausted. She was unconcerned, exposing her upper body, wearing only simple undergarments, while conversing with Yu Hong, who was meditating and cultivating qi not far away. Qinghe Mountain, what kind of place is it? Will I really be able to adapt? There will definitely be no problem. With talents and insights not as great as yours, I was still considered potential for the immortal realm. I can't imagine what my master's expression would be in front of someone like you. Didn't you see that old guy Du Yuan from the Holy Tower also tried to subdue you? Yu Hong noticed her concerns. Okay, I trust you, just... Quan He wanted to say something. Suddenly, a resonating sound slowly emerged inside the safe house. You've finally come out, Yu Hong. The scenery around the two suddenly changed, instantly shifting from the safe house to an endless deep starry sky. In the starry sky, an immensely large pitch-black dragon was coiled around a sepia planet surface, its scarlet eyes quietly watching them. It was Agrias's true form, Lord Agrias.
Yuong greeted promptly.
Having gone through this summoning before, he wasn't surprised this time. Yu Hong, do you know you're in great danger now? Agrias's first words caused a slight change in their expressions.
Danger?
My lord, what do you mean?
Yuong frowned.
Could it be related to the Holy Tower of the Black Disaster? The Holy Tower is merely a small vanguard under the Night Mother tree, insignificant. The real danger I speak of is the mysterious faction you're in now. Qinghe Mountain, Agrias stated solemnly. My lord, do you know anything about the new sect I've joined? Yu Hong's heart skipped a beat, he quickly asked. Qinghe Mountain. Its highest-ranked entity was a terrifying individual named the Heavenly Venerate. But that was more than tens of billions of years ago. Long ago, 8.4 billion years back, this immensely powerful faction was completely overwhelmed by the source disaster, leaving no trace and vanished without a trace. It's only unexpected that you'd encounter their remnants in some place deep within the wind disaster following the Phoenix Eye, Agrias said, causing both Yu Hong and Quan He to turn pale. Chapter 527. Even if it's already destroyed, why is there still a so-called danger? Yu Hong reacted, suppressing the emotions in his heart, and quickly asked, since you know it's been destroyed, then for all these years, what could possibly still exist, able to persist in the depths of the source disaster? Agrias reminded. Indeed, they could only be monsters, corrupted together with the source disaster. Yu Hong and Quan He both thought of this point. Monsters? Can they also save people and live daily lives like normal humans? Asked Yu Hong again. Perhaps they can, perhaps they can't. It all depends on their remaining will. Agrias answered. Its enormous eyes swept over the two. I came out only hoping you can stay away from danger. You are my last investment. If you disappear too, my saviorship will lose all hope. Sir, this isn't my problem. Yu Hong felt a stir in his heart, sighed deeply. It's truly because my strength is too weak. So now I have to stay under the Qinghe Mountain Gate, painstakingly cultivating techniques to improve myself. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to advance further into the source disaster. I understand now. Agrias instantly got it. If it weren't for the contract on you with the connection to the light disaster, I could have placed you in a place where time flows much faster. One day outside would be a year inside, and in just a few days you could quickly grow. But now, the only thing that can help you improve is a few rare resources. He pondered for a moment, lifted his right claw and flicked it lightly. Swoosh! A red stream of light shot out, directly floating in front of Yu Hong, hovering in place. The help I can give you is limited. This is a precious bead I once acquired in the depths of the source disaster, somewhat related to the residual moon god bloodline in you. At that time, heaven fully submitted to the spirit disaster, and the moon god led the resistance, hence was extinguished. This bead should have circulated out from that time. Agrias explained. Yu Hong looked at the red glow in front of him. Within the halo suspended a crystal-clear bead the size of a fist, containing a silvery white lunar mark, emitting a faint glow. Finally, Yu Hong felt he got some benefit from Agrias. He felt somewhat comfortable. This top executive of the saviorship is also stingy, being a powerhouse at the level of a great arcanist, only willing to give a little help when compelled by circumstances. This was only because he himself was about to kick the bucket, placing his hopes on the saviorship, that he was willing to make a small change. This bead is suspected to contain the broken divinity of the moon god. Be careful not to get discovered by heaven when using it, or else they'll rush over to get you at all costs. Agrias warned. Understood. Yu Hong nodded. All right then, be cautious. Agrias left one last bit of advice, and his figure silently dispersed away. Yu Hong and Quan He blinked, instantly returning to their senses from the starscape. Breathe. Quan He exhaled a long breath. Such intense pressure. I couldn't even dare to speak. Her eyes revealed a sense of shock. This was her first time seeing such a massive and terrifying top-class expert. Agrias's oppressive air, even more exaggerated than the sky-covering meteor she had seen before. No, they are not even on the same level at all. Incomparable. The meteor's pressure might as well be just a pinky finger of this being. That's my boss. I'm working for it now. Yu Hong briefly introduced the situation of the saviorship. Quan He stood there, dumbfounded. Then why doesn't it go look for the land of vitality itself? Perhaps, It's afraid of dying?
Yuhong spécula-t-elle.
This. Quan He suddenly felt Agrius's oppressive aura wasn't that strong anymore. As Quan He was processing this information, the safe house continued to head towards the direction where the spirit light intermittently flowed. Meanwhile, Yuhong started studying the newly acquired special bead. He took the bead into the main control room, closed the door saying he was going to meditate and cultivate, telling Quan He to manage on her own if she needed anything. Then, holding the bead, he closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to shallowly connect. Detected external trait. Ancient moon divinity. Absorb it. At just a contact, the black marks prompt automatically popped out. This thing is actually a trait, and it can be absorbed? Yuhong froze for a moment. He just happened to lack one trait to reach 10, enabling another fusion. This was like getting a pillow when feeling sleepy. Without much hesitation, he directly responded with a yes. Swoosh! The next second, the bead melted quickly like an ice cream, spreading and covering Yuhong's chest, and soon seeped into his skin. Absorption complete. Acquired trait. Ancient moon divinity. Ancient moon divinity weakens all ordinary damage to 10%, weakens transcendent damage to 20%, gains command over moon god subjects, receives Moonlight's blessing. Moonlight's blessing enhances your physique by 300%. Weakening damage and enhancing physique, indeed as straightforward as the long spearman. Yuhong felt the rapid, dramatic changes in his body. His mind was becoming clearer. A boundless energy surged within, free of fatigue, and the lingering dark injuries and sluggish areas on his body were rapidly dissolving and healing. Simultaneously, a semi-transparent, tough membrane surfaced on his skin, significantly enhancing his physical defense. Muscle density was swiftly increasing, bones were regrowing and restructuring, becoming extremely hard. Body temperature quickly rose, breathing became heavier, hair gradually thickened. Feels good. Physique enhancement. But the key is fusion. Yuhong didn't care much about mere physical improvement, as no matter how powerful the physique, the moon god was still taken down by heaven and the source disaster. So, fusing and gaining greater strength was the real path. Trait fusion. His consciousness entered the space in his mind again, arriving at the dark corner. He stared at the 10 trait light spheres of varying sizes. Tao breath circulation, spiritual sharpness, extreme summoning, heart imprint, elf ancient trees call, steel fist, thunder speed, tiger form, night breath, ancient moon divinity. The other 9 were pure white, except the ancient moon divinity was slightly silver-hued, distinct from the rest. Yuhong thought for a moment, first drawing Tao breath circulation and thunder speed together, pressing them firmly. The 2 spheres merged into one, becoming a ball with a brighter halo. A countdown appeared on its surface. 1 hour, 12 minutes. The time was short, so Yuhong cultivated a bit while waiting. Soon, time was up. The new sphere flickered slightly, lighting up with a stronger, dazzling white glow, simultaneously transmitting trait information. Tao breath thunder transfer. Any cultivation technique you practice can self-operate during idle time, achieving 80% of active cultivation effect. Totally worth it. 80%, there's barely any difference from full effect, plus it's automatic 24/7, covering all techniques practiced. Yuhong imagined the implications, feeling ecstatic. This means as long as he practiced enough techniques, as long as his body could handle and not conflict, he could simultaneously use Tao breath thunder transfer to automatically cultivate multiple techniques. This speed far surpassed his active cultivation. Totally worth it. He was excited internally. Although it lost the speed-up effect for other areas, just the enhancement in cultivation speed more than justified it. Seeing the traits back to 9, Yuhong exited the consciousness space. Then, he immediately noticed the changes in his body. Chaotic God Sky Eye Skill, Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao Technique, and the barely practiced Qingwei Heart Technique, all 3 techniques began to operate at a faster speed. Previously, they were also cultivating automatically, but at half the efficiency, far less fast and noticeable than the current 80%. Feeling the changes, Yu Hong's face revealed a satisfied smile. Now, whether I actively cultivate or not doesn't make much difference. I can totally free up time for other things. Immediately, he began carefully studying the newly absorbed trait, Ancient Moon Divinity. Time slowly passed. Just as he was attempting to use the command over Moon God subjects on the Long Spearman for a test, the black spirit's safe house suddenly quivered slightly. Bang! Outside the window entered another vast and boundless starry universe. A familiar silver floating city reappeared once more in the circular window of the main control room. The source of the spirit light. How can it be here? Yu Hong frowned, standing up. Ku-chan, White Dragon, Fisina, Qishao. Among those with spirit light, only Fisina and White Dragon. Ease was discovered and removed after he found the spirit light's hidden danger. So, it means White Dragon and Fisina had an issue? But also, there are only two of them. How did so much spirit light come back? Yu Hong was perplexed by the constant flow of spirit light threads. He kept the black spirit from getting too close to the floating city, suspending in space, planning to contact Ku-chan first. As for Harvey, better not, he just looted a bunch of stuff from Teacher Harvey. Now everything has been strengthened into the safe house, greatly enhancing its robustness and adding auto-repair capability. If they meet again, he's afraid he won't hold back his laughter. Opening the door, Yu Hong saw Quan He dressed in simple black body-fitting clothing, standing by the window, long hair draping down to her waist, arms crossed, creating a full curve, looking at the view outside. What's up? My clothes from before were torn, so I might as well modify them like this, to prevent snagging when flying. Quan He raised her hand, expressing her satisfaction. By the way, where is this place? It's a frontline resistance force against the source disaster, called Absolute Balance Floating City.
Yu Hong repliait.
Weren't we heading to Qinghe Mountain? Quan He asked, puzzled. Coming here first. I have something to handle.
Yu Hong explained.
All right. I happen to need time to recuperate. Quan He nodded. Then she watched Yu Hong close his eyes, seemingly trying to contact the outside world using some method. Asterisk. 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 Inside the floating city AUS Academy. While focused on experimenting with elemental traits, Ku-chan suddenly trembled, accidentally dropping an extra drop of fire element energy liquid into the test tube. Whoosh! Immediately, a red flame erupted from the blue liquid in the container. Sigh! Failed again. He sighed, put away the test tube, covered it, and then closed his eyes to perceive who was contacting him. The other party was using a Heavenly Master World special spell to contact him, rather than through the conduction book, which was the reason he hadn't ignored the contact. Soon, after a few seconds, Ku-chan's expression subtly changed, quickly showing joy. Immediately, he put down everything, turned around and ran out of the lab, returned to his dorm, changed clothes, then boarded the magical ship his teacher loaned, and in the blink of an eye sailed out of the academy's light window. Following the floating city's designated track, he sped up, soon reaching the exit gate. Ku-chan, where are you going? Teacher Lu Qishuan's voice suddenly echoed inside the ship. Chapter 528. This is Lu Qishuan's ship. If it goes out to the floating city, it naturally notifies him. It's my big brother returning, Ku-chan stated honestly. Your big brother? That captain of the savior ship. Lu Qishuan was taken aback. He had heard that Yu Hong went to the Phoenix Eye, a deeper and extremely dangerous zone of the source disaster wind disaster, which was already nearing the core area. How long has it been? And he already came back? So quickly? All right, be safe. Lately, Margaret seems to be acting strange, causing trouble for you all over. With me here, she doesn't dare to make a move in the floating city, but it's different if you go out. Lu Qishuan cautioned. I understand. I haven't done anything, and it's impossible for others to pin Margaret's missing goods on us. She hired a prophetic department master, spent a lot, and must have found some clues. It's unrelated to you, but whether it's related to your former group is hard to say. Lu Qishuan spoke calmly. I understand.
Ku-chan nodded.
Please don't worry, teacher. I'll go and return quickly. Good. The communication cut off. The spaceship slowly passed through the inspection gate, traversing layers of silver light circles, and then accelerated. Whoosh! The next second, the entire spaceship disappeared like a silver fish, and when it reappeared, it was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. It passed through vast space regions, and soon the spaceship began to slow down, stopping about 10 light seconds away from the floating city. In the distance, a burning star quietly emitted brilliant golden radiance. The silver spaceship stopped, with its surface flowing like a silver mirror liquid. Kuchan was waiting. The location of the magic connection was right here. Soon, within half a minute, a black meteorite, similar to a 3-story building, quietly emerged at the edge of the spaceship. The surface of the meteorite, black with specks of silver, appeared like a kind of metallic or hiss. A rectangular door emerged on the meteorite's surface. A viewing window appeared on the door.
Kuchan.
Yuhong's face appeared behind the window. Upon seeing this, Kuchan immediately sighed in relief. Brother Yu, he quickly sent a message. It's good that you're all right. I'm all right, but what's going on over there? Yuhong could still feel a trickle of spirit light constantly flowing into his body. Though not much, it was continuous. If you're talking about others, E is fine, currently attending classes honestly at the academy. She's using my slot to attend some professional courses, simple and practical ones. As for others, Kuchan stopped mid-sentence. What happened to the others? Hearing E was safe, Yuhong was largely relieved and his tone relaxed a bit. Qi Xiao is wandering around outside all day, which isn't a big problem. The main issue is with little goddess Ficina and little white dragon Gabriella.
Kuchan replied.
What have they done? Yuhong asked. They couldn't accept failing the assessment, which I only discovered a few days ago. Ficina secretly established a desire club by distributing the spirit light seed you gave her to many people. Kuchan lowered his voice. Could it be? That's right. Just as you thought. She gathered many goddesses and non-human races like herself to provide bad services. Kuchan said in an embarrassed tone. But even so, I shouldn't be receiving spirit light returns from here. Yuhong said puzzled. That might be because, just the other day, their club was raided by internal security forces of the floating city, and many goddesses and non-human races were killed in the resistance. They dared to resist? Quan He exclaimed from the side. True monarch Quan He, you're here too. Kuchan was a bit taken aback. Continue. Quan He seemed quite interested, listening intently. According to floating city law, illegally obtained goods reaching a certain amount is a major crime, and Ficina and her group also avoided taxes. Regarding the resistance, if they didn't resist, they'd still end up as experimental materials when caught, so resisting or not makes sense.
Kuchan explained.
But I can still sense spirit light feeding back to me. Does that mean they're still resisting? Are they that strong? Yuhong asked with doubt. The arrest ended the day before yesterday. Now, they might be forcing goddesses and non-human races to have abortions. Most of them didn't use contraceptive measures, and now they're all pregnant.
Kuchan guessed.
Yuhong and Quan He remained speechless. After a moment of silence, Yuhong asked again. What about little white dragon Gabriella? She was sent by Ficina to learn modeling, and just as she was about to complete it, the incident occurred. Luckily, she's still at her residence, and I asked a teacher to protect her.
Kuchan sighed.
Forget it, since everything's fine, I'll leave. Originally, I thought I had come back urgently for a crisis, but it turns out, Yuhong felt it was the wisest decision he made not to bring Ficina earlier. That one was indeed a troublemaker, causing such chaos even in the floating city. Since you're back, won't you rest a bit longer? Kuchan felt reluctant. Although he had new friends, mentors, and classmates over here, Yuhong was the big brother who had guided him through thick and thin, and the bond was different. No. Time waits for no one. Yuhong was now in a hurry to return and continue cultivating, refining his traits, and accelerating his practice of the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique. After chatting with Kuchan for a while longer, the spaceship and the safe house slowly parted ways, each returning to the direction they had come from. A mass of colorful threads loomed around Black Spirit, beginning its entry into the wind disaster. But in the next moment, an invisible pressure crashed onto the surface of Black Spirit. Boom! The entire safe house shook violently and was held in place. Captain Yu Hong, hold on a moment. Suddenly, a cold, stern female voice penetrated the walls of the safe house, reaching Yu Hong and Quan He's ears. Accompanied by the voice, an ice-blue spaceship appeared, over 10 times larger than Black Spirit. The spaceship bore down on Black Spirit from above like a magnet, releasing an invisible force, firmly anchoring the safe house. Margaret and 2 other water element women appeared within the spaceship, looking at Black Spirit through its semi-transparent windows. Patrol Chief Margaret, what do you mean by this? Yu Hong frowned. I've never offended you, have I? This question was probing whether she was here because of the missing goods. Correct, you haven't. Margaret, dressed in a silver-gray mage robe and holding a golden magic wand, had eyes gleaming with glaring blue light. I merely heard that you successfully entered the Phoenix Eye and returned from there. She sneered twice. Last time you went in, you didn't succeed, and the ship was mostly damaged. Why this time, after going in and out, the ship is unharmed? Such significant strengthening must be costly, right? She indeed had not found out where the materials went, but the clues provided by the prophetic department master led her to suspect Yu Hong and his group. Especially, what place could block predictions from a prophetic department master? Aside from the depths of the source disaster, it would either be other floating city bigwigs. She spent a fortune investigating traces of possible major players, but found nothing. So, in matching the timing, the biggest suspicion naturally landed on the savior ship. Patrol Chief, what are you suspecting? Yu Hong maintained a composed voice, showing no change in expression. Explain where you got the materials to enhance the ship, Margaret said coldly. Couldn't I have earned it from the Phoenix Eye?
Yu Hong smirked.
It seems you won't give up until the last minute. A flash of menace crossed Margaret's eyes. In pursuit of this matter, she already spent vast amounts of funds, energy, and time. Even though she had no evidence now, the sudden enhancement of the savior ship was highly suspicious. Therefore, she intended to detain the ship for investigation. If he was guilty, she'd eliminate him and the ship. If not, she'd find out how he enhanced the ship quickly and to such an extent. It must have required a large amount of rare materials, and finding their source could make up for her earlier losses. Therefore, whether Yu Hong was guilty or not, she didn't intend to let him escape. Inside Black Spirit, Yu Hong also sensed this. It seems the patrol chief doesn't care about the truth. Only what capturing me will get you. Since you understand, stop wasting words. Tell me, where did the materials come from? Margaret stopped pretending and said bluntly. Inside the safe house, Yu Hong remained calmly composed. No matter where they came from, it seems you are overly confident in yourself, patrol chief. Enough, apprehend him. Margaret stopped speaking further and tapped her magic wand. A blue light started glowing at the tip of her wand. The next moment, the blue light burst into a bubble and exploded. Screech! In that moment, with the 2 spaceships at the center, everything within a radius of thousands of kilometers in the surrounding space turned into an ice-blue expanse, in the blink of an eye. Absolute freeze. At this moment, the intelligent spirit beside Margaret finally uttered the name of the spell chant. Everything within the ice-blue zone stopped moving completely, entering a state of absolute stillness. Phyllis, go break down the door and bring him out, Margaret ordered. Beside her, a water element mage slightly bowed, then with a flicker, appeared in the space outside the spaceship. He raised a white magic wand with one hand, aimed at Black Spirit, and chanted a spell.
Spell technique construction initiating.
The white speck-like intelligent spirit hovered beside his face, announcing, Array foundation construction completed. Spell technique transmission completed. Level 4 magic cutting blade. About to launch. Hiss. A silver blade shot out from the tip of his magic wand straight for the door of black spirit. Clang, 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 clang. Though it was just a blade, at the moment of collision, it erupted into 5 consecutive rippling silver shock waves. After the ripples dissipated, with confidence, Phyllis moved forward, ready to enter through the door. But the door of black spirit only had a shallow white mark on the surface. Beyond that, there was no other trace. It's pretty tough, but no matter, as long as I can leave a mark, I can use cumulative spells to cut through quickly. Please wait a moment, Patrol Chief. Maintaining his composure, Phyllis said, though his facial muscles twitched slightly. But as soon as his words fell, he saw the white mark on the door rapidly disappear, as if vaporizing. The calmness on Phyllis's face was starting to falter. Chapter 529. This ship indeed used extremely precious materials to be so sturdy, Phyllis said in a deep voice. Looks like I need to get serious. He held his magic wand, and the white intelligent spirit beside him sounded the alert once again. Level 5 spell space blade begins constructing. Spell base established. Mana filled. Activation initiated. High focus mode on. A mass of purple-black light emerged beside him, quickly transforming into a slender purple blade. Swish! In the next instant, the blade fiercely pierced the black spirit's door, going in an inch deep, then fell silent. Phyllis's face turned red as he exerted all his efforts to channel mana. But it was futile. The purple blade trembled violently but couldn't penetrate any further. You've been a bit lax lately, Phyllis. Margaret from behind was already out of patience. She reached out her hand, and a wave of ice-blue light instantly cascaded down, enveloping the entire safe house along with Phyllis. Countless ice crystals appeared out of nowhere, surrounding the black spirit layer by layer. Margaret's face was icy as she raised her magic wand with one hand and pointed it at the black spirit. This was the 6th level spell Ice Crystal Hell, originally stored in her wand for instant use in case of an attack. But now, in her extreme anger, she couldn't care less and directly acted. Countless blue ice crystals began swirling around the safe house, releasing cold air and freezing it. But inside the house, Yu Hong and Quan, he didn't feel any movement. Explode! Margaret suddenly said in a low voice. All the ice crystals around the safe house simultaneously exploded with a roar like explosives. Blinding blue light accompanied by intense cold slammed into the black spirit's shell. Crack. Clear cracks appeared on the surface of the main door. But in the next instant, the entire safe house slowly faded, disappeared, transparent. The massive black spirit ship disappeared right under the noses of Margaret and her 2 companions. Trying to escape? Margaret frowned and tapped her wand, and a ripple of invisible waves spread out from her center in all directions. But bizarrely, there was no discovery. Her reconnaissance spell revealed not a single trace. Dimensional shift? Or space-time traversal? Margaret's expression slightly changed. She quickly tapped her wand again. 2 extremely intricate and complex silver metal spheres appeared at the wand's tip. Bang! One of the metal spheres silently exploded. The next moment, the invisible state of the black spirit ship was forcibly shaken, revealing itself from concealment. Swish! In the next instant, a broad pillar of light surrounded by purple hues burst out from the viewport on black spirit's door. This pillar of light slammed into the air in front of Margaret, blocked securely by an invisible barrier. Useless struggle. Margaret didn't even pay attention to the beam, waving her hand with disdain. Countless ice-blue crystals began to encircle the safe house layer by layer. Such sturdy materials, once brought back, all of it is mine. Margaret's previous explosion had failed, proving the safe house's remarkable durability far beyond her expectations. Right now, she only lacked the proper tools here, but once brought back to her light window, she was confident she could find a way to dissolve it. With a thought, A layer of temporary teleportation runes began to appear below her. These runes were silver, expanding rapidly until they enveloped the entire safe house, then stopped. Clearly, she intended to teleport the whole thing back, people and all. Inside the safe house, Yu Hong covered his right eye, just after releasing the chaotic god. I am indeed still too weak. The most powerful attack skill for the opponent was effortlessly blocked. He was somewhat disappointed. On this trip, he had taken action twice, and both times were easily dealt with by the opponent. This person's strength is considerable. Quan He stood aside, analyzing. The power she releases remains around us constantly. Did you see that? This is a very high-level form of immortal. Similar to what your senior sister used before, Quan He explained. My sensing spiritual power tells me that this person's energy level is likely beyond immortal. Yu Hong looked at the teleportation array patterns continuously appearing beneath the safe house. He couldn't help but squeeze the token belonging to his senior brother to summon assistance. He didn't want to use it so soon unless necessary. But unfortunately, the enemy's power level was vastly superior to his. I find it strange that Margaret, each time she releases, actually uses limited strength and not strong. But once released, the impact is enormous. Maybe this is the power level of one's. What do we do next? She looked at Yu Hong, seeing him still unusually calm, which reassured her troubled heart. What else can we do? Call for reinforcements. Yu Hong retrieved the token. But just at this moment, outside, Margaret's movements suddenly paused. The teleportation array patterns were completed but not activated. I'll ask one last time. Her eyes burned with blue flames. Where are my goods? I really don't know. Yu Hong quickly replied. My ship was repaired and fortified in the Phoenix Eyes place, completely unrelated to your lost items. Then let's change the question. Where did you acquire the reinforcement materials? Margaret asked again. This was her real question. From the effects of the recent attack, she felt her goods might not have been enough to fortify the ship to this extent, which was a bit naive. So, it's very likely Yu Hong indeed found a source with a large amount of rare and high strength, or just beyond the Phoenix Eye. Would the patrol chief like to take a look? Yu Hong's voice came from within the safe house. Junior brother, don't be like this. If you've done it, admit it. Lying and quibbling are of no benefit to yourself, and instead, harmful. Another unfamiliar voice also spoke from the safe house. Senior brother. No. Whose side are you on? Yu Hong appeared slightly stunned, turning to look to one side. There, in the air, a familiar figure quickly coalesced. In white clothes, with a sword on his back, half his face was a silver mechanical structure. It was none other than Qinghe Mountain's Bai Sheng. Naturally, I'm on your side, Bai Sheng smiled. But the side paths are not to be followed. One must be sincere within themselves and avoid lies and heated disputes with the world. Only then can one remain calm. As they say, with no distractions in mind and a clear conscience. As long as you walk the right path, the sword you wield will always advance, quickest, strongest. As he spoke, he walked to the door, turned the lock with ease before Yu Hong and Quan He's astonished gazes and calmly stepped outside. This move not only stunned Yu Hong and Quan He but also the trio opposite them, including Margaret. Margaret was just troubled that opening the safe house would take a lot of time, considering its high strength. Unexpectedly, someone actually opened the door from the inside? She couldn't help but curve the corners of her mouth. Fool! In an instant, numerous blue runes lit up around her. 6th level Cold Ice Illusion constructed. 6th level Heart of Water Source constructed. 6th level Frost Hand constructed. Dense array patterns and energy characters swirled around her, forming a massive, elaborate 3D composite magic array. Margaret raised her magic wand, with a magnificent mirror-like ice blue lake appearing behind her. Comprehensive Eternal Freeze Array, Starry Lake, constructed. From Bai Sheng opening the door to Margaret constructing the array, no more than a second passed. It seemed cumbersome, yet the speed was extremely fast. Seems you're prepared. Bai Sheng looked forward, revealing a slight smile. In front of him, the enormous ice-blue starry lake, several kilometers in size, was controlled by Margaret, pressing down fiercely towards them. Beyond the Great Lake, countless layered water element arrays interlocked, building an extremely grand supergiant magic array. Next, I'll attack your left side, Bai Shang said earnestly. Just stay. Margaret's face twisted. She raised her magic wand, about to mock, but a rapidly expanding shadow made her face drastically change, and swallowed the rest of her words. That shadow was Bai Shang gently unsheathing his sword. The sword disappeared, faded, transparent. In the next moment, the sky darkened. Above Bai Shang, a gigantic silver blade longer and wider than two ships combined appeared, blocking the entire starry sky overhead, silent in its reveal. The blade, like a floating continent, entirely obscured the nearby star, casting a huge shadow down, covering Margaret's starry lake as well as the safe house where Yu Hong and Quan He were. I said, next, I will attack your left side. Bai Shang repeated. Margaret's face was stunned. What difference did attacking left or right make with a sword like this? Touching it would obliterate everything, right? Run! Phyllis shouted, regaining his senses from the shock, immediately activating emergency teleportation. Swish, swish, two white lights flashed, and they disappeared from their original spots. Margaret also tried to teleport, but she was held in place by a terrifying gravitational force, unable to move. The next second, boom! The world turned pitch black. Bai Shang's sword descended. No, it pressed down. The Starry Lake composite magic array first collapsed instantly, exploding like a water balloon, releasing a massive amount of blue lake water. Then came Margaret's smaller ship. The entire ice blue ship was like a paper box, crushed by the giant sword, disappearing from the spot. Not only the ship, but Margaret also vanished at that instant, gone in the wake of the sword's impact, fate unknown. Your senior brother has quite a character. Inside the safe house, Quan He looked at the exaggerated scene outside, uttering a few dry laughs. A continent-sized sword crashing down. The scene was like clearing everything off a table at once. The ship, Margaret, everything gone. The view in front returned to an open space. Yu Hong didn't know how to reply. He could only say, no wonder his senior brother advocated walking the right path. With such an impressive and strong right path, who would dare traverse the crooked ways? Junior brother, your opponent actually had power, but just poor execution and bad luck meeting me. Bai Shang now had his sword turned into a slender form, sheathing it back. Senior brother. Yu Hong looked at the sword on his back, suppressing the shock in his heart. When I reach nascent soul, will I be as strong as you? Chapter 530. First, you need to work hard. Second, I also benefited from the magic treasure. Bai Shang said modestly. Actually, my true cultivation level is about the same as that young girl just now, at most a little stronger. The difference doesn't look that big. But in our line of cultivators, to truly exert combat power, it still depends on various weapons, equipment, tools, and magic treasures. Alright, this place is not safe to stay for long. Better leave quickly. My sword just now might have caused quite a stir among strong individuals, so be sure to hide yourself. Bai Shang advised, and at the last moment, his body slowly faded in space and disappeared. Yu Hong watched the scene unfold before him, looking downwards, straining his eyesight, only then seeing some broken icy blue fragments in the vast space thousands of kilometers away. That seemed to be the wreckage of Margaret's spaceship. Time to go, he sighed. The patrol chief might be gone. She should have been prepared for this when she intercepted us. Quan He was indifferent. Instead, she was very interested in senior brother Bai Shang's performance. Speaking of which, I'm becoming increasingly interested in the Qinghe mountain you mentioned. She keeps recalling that one sort of Bai Shang, thinking that even if her strength were doubled, she probably couldn't withstand that overwhelming sword. Yu Hong shook his head silently. Back at Wanchua Palace, the senior brothers and sisters seemed fine, but once they came out, they exhibited something unusual. As expected, truly cultivated by top forces, they are quintessentially different from ordinary organizational forces. With this thought, his hands didn't stop, manipulating the black spirit to escape into the colorful wind disaster again, quickly disappearing without a trace. Margaret, being the dignified patrol chief of Floating City, got hit by such a sword, so either she died or became crippled. If you don't hurry up and flee, are you waiting for the great arcanists that might be attracted by her? Yu Hong didn't think a level 6 patrol chief wouldn't have some backing. Ku Chan-yi has her teacher Lu Qixuan to look after her, so there shouldn't be much problem. Instead, he strikes deeper into the source disaster area, easily caught slipping. Sitting cross-legged in the safe house, Yu Hong brought out the water instrument ball under Quan He's curious gaze. This is the secret tool my master gave me before leaving. With it, we don't have to worry about the direction and path, and can return to Wanchua Palace without mistake. With that, he injected his internal Qi cultivation True Qi into it. Ding! The water instrument ball received the True Qi, and the entire sphere began to glow white. Hiss! In the next instant, the white light completely covered Yu Hong and Quan He's vision. The light lasted a few breaths, then gradually dimmed and extinguished. As the light faded, the two suddenly found that a round white portal had inexplicably appeared in the wind disaster void ahead of the black spirit. The doorframe was made of white stone, carved with snowflake patterns similar to those of Wanchua Palace. As soon as this door appeared, it quickly expanded, growing just large enough for the black spirit to enter. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. An hour later, Wanchua Palace. Yu Shuizi stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Yu Hong not far away, along with Quan He following behind him. Actually, it's good that people return safely. No need to bring gifts for everyone. Yu Shuizi said, the one standing behind you is your fellow you want to introduce to our Wanchua Palace line? Yes.
Yu Hong nodded.
Sister Quan He's aptitude is stronger than mine, her comprehension surpassing by far. If she can cultivate, she will definitely be far stronger than me. This was what he truly believed. Aptitude is not like yours. Yu Shuizi's words made him pause slightly. Her physical aptitude is far inferior to yours, and she is entangled with the light disaster. So next, let's test her comprehension. Yu Shuizi didn't mind, casually pointed out, and immediately a cabinet by the wall in the palace automatically opened. A light yellow paper flew out from it. At first glance, it was filled with various exam questions. Finish this test paper, then we'll see how her comprehension really is, Yu Shuizi said lightly. Then should I?
Yu Hong hésita-t-elle.
Do I need to avoid it? Just go out. Yu Shuizi nodded. Yu Hong looked at Quan He, who gestured reassuringly, blinking at him. Only then did he feel at ease, exhaled a breath, bid Yu Shuizi farewell, and left Wanchua Palace. Waiting outside the palace gate, after a while, high-pitched whistling came from the distant sky. Two white sword lights shot down, transforming into Baishang and Heiying. Junior brother, how is it? After I left, was there any trouble? Baishang asked urgently. Nothing. Rest assured, senior brother. Yu Hong felt a bit warmed, noticing it was genuine concern. You've only been out for so little time, and you've already used up the 2 opportunities we gave you. Is it really that dangerous outside now? Baishang asked puzzledly. You have been active in the surrounding areas. Surely you don't know anything. Heiying quipped from the side, wordless. Actually, it's not that bad. Mostly, I went out because I ran into trouble.
Yu Hong explainait helplessly.
And now, what is? Baishang looked at Yu Hong puzzled, not understanding why he was standing outside the palace gate. Yu Hong quickly explained a few words. Another genius? Their expressions momentarily froze. Junior brother's aptitude is already astonishing enough. Forgive me for being blunt, but I can't even imagine what it would be like to be more talented than you. Baishang sighed. Just as the 3 were talking, a faint door-opening sound unexpectedly came from within Wanchua Palace. Quan He came out through the main palace door with a calm expression, looked around, and saw Yu Hong there before slowly approaching. Quan He Yu. Yu Hong couldn't help but ask. Alas! No matter how I pleaded, Master wouldn't agree to letting me become your senior sister. At my age of over 100, I still have to coquettishly call you senior brother. This. Quan He looked at Yu Hong with a complex expression, visibly helpless. Then, Sister Quan He. Yu Hong blinked, showing a smile. Just call me Quan He. Quan He was resigned. Ha 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 ha. Bai Sheng burst into a hearty laugh on the side. Truly, it's a great joy for our line. In less than a year, we joyfully welcomed 2 fellow disciples. It seems our Wanchua Palace line is truly turning for the better. What did Master say? Yu Hong remained a bit curious about what reaction Quan He's aptitude triggered in Yu Shuezi. Nothing much. Just checked my answers, corrected my mistakes, and let me out. Quan He shook her head. To be honest, this place truly lives up to being an immortal sect. Those questions were so hard. At this moment, deep within Wanchua Palace, Yu Shuezi, holding the test paper completed by Quan He, quietly walked into a hidden side hall. This side hall was densely arranged with numerous gray-white jade tablets, whose engravings indicated they were all elders from the same lineage of Wanchua Palace. The Qinghe Mountain is vast, and the line of Wanchua Palace was just a branch, although slightly declining now. But they too once had glorious days. Yu Shuezi quietly walked up to a set of plaques. Puff! He lightly knelt to the ground on a prayer mat, bowed, lowered his head, kowtowed. Master, Grandmaster, ancestors, did you see? With a swish, he raised the test paper in his hand. I picked the wrong test paper. This is an aptitude test for nascent soul to divinity transformation stage. By the time I thought to exchange it back, she had already completed it. Yu Shuezi lifted his head, tears silently streaming from the corners of his eyes. Not only did she complete it, but the accuracy was actually 80%. What's this level of? His face streamed with tears, his hand holding the paper trembling. I was only able to solve 3 questions in nascent soul, just a 10th. And she hasn't even begun qi cultivation. With this level of comprehension, this level of talent, how could it have come to our Wanchua Palace before? Those were always first snatched by other main branches as immortal seeds. Yu Shuezi prostrated again, body trembling continuously. I thought you whose aptitude was the limit. Unexpectedly, Quan He is far more exaggerated. Where is the justice? Where is the justice? He cried with agitation, both moved by gaining such an immortal seed and happy that he and others were about to break free from hardship, returning to the main branch. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Time passed swiftly for 3 days. During these 3 days, Quan He fully demonstrated what it means to be a genius. The Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique, for her, took only 10 minutes to go from introduction to the first layer. From qi refining first layer to qi refining fifth layer, it took only 3 days. The speed left Yu Hong dumbfounded. Though he himself wasn't far off, he had various traits speeding him through, while Quan He was just herself. Moreover, since Quan He arrived, almost all of Yu Shuezi and the other 2's attention was focused on her, while Yu Hong himself was a little overlooked. Taking advantage of this, Yu Hong continued to focus on pursuing his path of traits. In the book collection pavilion, he once again took out a new manual from the Mortal Martial bookshelf. Senior, brother. Quan He, who was also looking for books, noticing Yu Hong picking a Mortal Martial manual, blinked and awkwardly called out. What are you doing with that? Nothing. Just a personal hobby. Yu Hong did not explain. Luckily, Quan He was just using this as an excuse to make a conversation and continued. Did senior brother come here because you noticed something odd around at night? Do you still remember what Agrias said? Yu Hong asked. Of course. If you find anything unusual, inform me immediately.
Yu Hong nodded.
There's one thing. Quan He nodded immediately. At night, I can't find a suitable place to sleep. These days I've been sleeping within Wanchua Palace, but at night, I always feel like I'm the only one there. The master is not in any room. Quan He frowned, visibly noticing something was off after being here for only a few days. And every night when I've truly settled down to rest, I always feel someone is watching from some unknown place. Quan He took a light breath. Looking around, she extended her left hand to Yu Hong, rolling up her Taoist robe sleeve to reveal her fair forearm. There was a distinct black and red handprint on the forearm. I discovered this last night. Quan He sighed. Have you set up an array? Yu Hong paused before asking. I did, but it was useless. I set it up before settling down, only to find it completely vanished after, when I was settled. Quan He explained. So what are you planning to do? Yu Hong asked. Can I stay with you? Quan He said seriously. Now I suspect the safest place is your safe house. Chapter 531. Yu Hong actually didn't mind, as there were plenty of rooms in the safe house, so having one more person staying didn't matter. However, Quan He's expression and tone at the moment gave him a strange feeling. No problem, there are many rooms here. Just come back to rest at night. But he intended to speak about some unusual things he had seen in advance. But outside the book collection pavilion's door, He Ying's figure suddenly appeared and approached. What are you hiding here for? He Ying naturally entered the door and began looking for the book she wanted to read. Speaking of which, don't mess around here. Many of the books here are old seniors, having a certain consciousness, and it's not good to be seen. Books have consciousness? Quan He exclaimed in surprise. Naturally, high-level books carry a lot of the author's spirit, and a bit of spirit from some strong individuals is equivalent to all that of a mortal, so it's not exaggerated that the books develop self-awareness, He Ying explained. However, the consciousness of a book is different from a human's. Due to structural issues, they usually don't have emotions or feelings, just repeating the state and vague ideas infused by the author. Can one directly cultivate the techniques recorded in such books? Quan He became interested. It's possible, but this type of manual has a major issue, and that's danger. Books have no emotions, no feelings, they can't gauge the severity. Seeing Quan He's interest, He Ying simply stopped and chatted with her in detail. Yu Hong, searching for his mortal martial arts, walked away a bit, not participating. The mortal martial arts manual he picked this time was Yang's heart-shattering palm. It is a very famous martial art, practicing a single force called the heart-shattering palm force. This palm force is unified. Once unleashed, no matter which part of the opponent it hits, it naturally flies out, directly targeting the heart, thereby destroying the opponent's core. The power and concept are both impressive, but like loading ammunition, the heart-shattering palm force requires nurturing, accumulation, and strengthening over time. The longer the accumulation, the stronger the force. After one usage, new palm force must be accumulated again. It is quite troublesome. But Yu Hong only wanted the trait, not caring about the trouble. As agreed, near evening, Quan He and He Ying bid farewell. She didn't return to her loft but followed Yu Hong back in the direction of the black spirit. So this is the life you're living now? Quan He sighed on the way. The Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique you're cultivating is indeed very strong. But, for such a cultivation technique, even at its peak as heavenly venerate eventually, so what meaning does it have for us to cultivate this technique? If life is destined to end with death, then what's the point of living? Why not just commit suicide at birth?
Yu Hong retorted.
You make a valid point, Quan He smiled. The two returned to the safe house and locked the door. Swish. Yu Hong pulled down the window shutters. If you hear some strange noises at night, don't worry. Block your ears and just rest well, he instructed the bewildered Quan He. All right. Quan He widened her eyes and nodded. Although she didn't understand, listening to Yu Hong was definitely not wrong. After finishing, Yu Hong arranged for accommodation, with him on the second floor and Quan He on the first. Each had their own bedroom and cultivation room. The reinforced safe house, whether the walls or fixed facilities, was frighteningly solid. Even testing cultivation techniques carelessly in the cultivation room had no impact. Yu Hong tested it, and the marks he left would be entirely removed in less than an hour, very convenient. This was thanks to the generous support of Patrol Chief Margaret. Once settled, both began their separate cultivation lives. Greet in the morning, then one practiced chi cultivation at Wanchua Palace, while the other searched for the life well in the dense forest. In the afternoon, they still cultivated. Occasionally, they would go to the book collection pavilion to check information. Only in the evening would they return together to the safe house Black Spirit. Time flew by, and in a flash, more than 3 months had passed since Quan He arrived on the mining star. 3 months' time was just a snap for Bai Shanghaying, but for Quan He and Yu Hong it was an immensely long period. Because for them, 3 months were enough to bring earth-shattering changes. In the dense forest, the two sat cross-legged together by the edge of the life well. Quan He, like Yu Hong, was absorbing Earth's vitality from within. A continuous stream of green mist poured from the life well, and before dispersing, both quickly divided it. Buzz. At the next moment, a white light flashed on Quan He's body, and she exhaled a long, thick white breath from her mouth and nose. Finally, the 9th layer. She opened her eyes and sighed. At first, the speed was swift, but later each layer took much more time than before. The total vitality needed was too great. Sitting cross-legged opposite her, Yu Hong also slowly opened his eyes with a complex expression. You've only been here for such a short time, and you're at the 9th layer. He'd been here much longer than Quan He, and only yesterday did he barely reach the 9th layer of chi cultivation. Younger sister, what kind of vitality are you absorbing exactly? It can't be just Earth's vitality, right? Yu Hong finally couldn't help but ask. I can absorb all three. Heavenly vitality only appears at a fixed time each day. Mostly, I absorb Earth's vitality and human vitality. Quan He replied straightforwardly, without concealment. Heavenly vitality. As expected, I suspected you weren't normal for a long time. Now, it appears to be true.
Yuong Siged.
Since Quan He's arrival, Yu Shuezi's attention to him had noticeably decreased, with most of her attention now constantly watching Quan He. Obviously, Quan He's potential was greater than his, which was the core reason for this situation. Next, we need to take the foundation establishment pill, transform true chi into a foundation, and collect it together? Quan He proposed with a smile. She lived over 100 years longer than Yu Hong and naturally saw through his emotional state. Actually, it doesn't matter sooner or later. Later on, breaking through one layer would require years of massive hard work. But have you really decided to stay here until you cultivate to the immortal realm? She softly transmitted her voice to ask. To keep going, the deeper dangers with my current strength, I can't counter it all, so I can only accumulate here. Yu Hong nodded. Let's go. It's about time. Quan He looked at the sky. By the foundation establishment stage, we can receive basic magical tools. Attack, defense, and flight, 3 types. Hope the teacher doesn't give us some generic items, said Yu Hong. The two closed the life well's cover and headed back towards Wanchua Palace. Before long, they found Yu Shuezi, who was munching on sunflower seeds in one of the side halls. Come, I've been waiting for you. Yu Shuezi was in a good mood, beaming at Yu Hong and the two. The magical tools are all standard sets, 1 set each. After foundation establishment, you can freely travel to surrounding planets. Centered on the mining star, the surrounding constant star system can be accessed at will. But remember, if the magical tools get damaged, flying back would be troublesome. So, Yu-hoo, remember to carry your water instrument ball with you, he carefully instructed. Yes, Yu Hong quickly nodded. In the starry sky, the distance between planets is calculated in billions of miles. Without special magical tools, us cultivators can only travel freely once we reach the divinity transformation stage. So, he stood up, opened his palm, and 2 small black swords marked with the Qinghe mountain symbol lay flat on it. Each of you take 1. This is the Xian Kong instrument, exclusively for long-distance travel between planets. He gave each of the small swords to Yu Hong and his companion. Then there is the heavenly shield device. 2 silver-black small shields appeared in the air beside him in mid-air. Also 1 for each person. And lastly, the 100 treasures bag. Finally, there were 2 fist-sized black and silver-spotted small pouches. This is a basic spatial storage bag. Inside are some basic cultivation pills and a foundation establishment stage guide booklet, all carefully arranged by me. Then, like a caretaker, Yushuezi began meticulously advising on how to use these magical tools and some special points of caution. The star system we are in is a regular constant star system named Mining 19428. The most valuable thing here is the mining star we stand on. The other planets lack resources needed by the sect, and cultivation doesn't have a life well, so while you can wander, eventually you still need to return here for cultivation. Additionally, be cautious about leaving the boundaries of the star system. The Shen Kong instrument will automatically return at the boundary, fearing you might boldly adventure outside. Without sufficient cultivation, going out will only result in you becoming a meal for others. It's extremely dangerous, Yushuezi cautioned sternly. What about the main vein? Yu Hong asked. The main vein has long been disconnected from us. Only regular mineral shipments bring automatic ships here. Yushuezi shook his head. He looked at the 2 before him and suddenly seemed to think of something. If you're really bored, you can explore the orbiting satellites around the mining star. There's a spaceport for the transport ships. It's fully automated, but occasionally, the main vein cultivators leave some traces. Thanks, teacher. Yu Hong bowed, indicating he understood. The 2 received their magical tools and found a small pouch of foundation establishment pills, each from the 100 treasures bag, before exiting Wanchua Palace. Quan He went directly to the life well to prepare for a breakthrough. Yu Hong first returned to the safe house. His trait, from the heart-shattering palm, was finally approaching perfection. It took 3 months to reach perfection this time, mainly because his attention was focused on cultivating the main technique. Quan He's arrival spurred his qi cultivation progress. So unknowingly, his qi cultivation progress rushed forward swiftly, directly reaching the 9th layer. And the heart-shattering palm, aside from the initial entry, later relied entirely on the passive trait Tao Breath Thunder Transfer for self-cultivation. In 3 months, Tao Breath Circulation forcefully brought this mortal martial art close to perfection. Just returning to the entrance of the safe house, Yu Hong was about to open the door when he suddenly felt a thunder roll behind him. Crack. In midair, a blue bolt of lightning shot out, fiercely striking the spot where Quan He had just been cultivating. It has begun. The heavenly tribulation. Yu Hong sighed. After successfully establishing the foundation, one must start facing the heavenly tribulation. He paused, opened the door, and entered. Then quickly returned to the cultivation room, sat cross-legged, and actively started cultivating the heart-shattering palm, expediting its perfection. Time slowly passed, and Yu Hong gradually entered an ethereal, almost selfless state. An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, success. Finally, the single heart-shattering palm force in the heart-shattering palm, at the last moment, rapidly transcended, seamlessly transforming from a simple palm force into a real true qi force. Chapter 532. At the same time, the black mark's prompt arrived silently. Heart-shattering palm has reached perfection, acquiring the trait, Weakness Strike. Weakness Strike, when facing an opponent no more than 1 energy level above oneself, can detect their weaknesses within 5 minutes. A rather standard trait. Yu Hong was not very satisfied with this, but the trait was meant for his fusion experiments, and now he had filled all 10 slots, so he simply re-entered his consciousness space. He glanced at the rest of his current traits. Yu Hong pondered for a moment and moved this Weakness Strike, along with the previous tiger form, together. Pop! The 2 gray-white light orbs instantly fused into one, and the surface of the new light orb displayed a countdown. 5 hours and 12 minutes. After completing this task, Yu Hong exited the consciousness space and took out the 100 treasures bag he had obtained before. Using the 100 treasures bag was simple. Just reach in through the bag's opening and think of the item you want to take out. Yu Hong took out a white jade porcelain bottle containing the foundation establishment pills and called for a speedman to wait outside, ready to open the door for Quan He. He himself swallowed a foundation establishment pill in 1 gulp, preparing to break through the qi cultivation 9th layer and elevate his foundation platform. Asterisk. 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 Elsewhere, within the devastated ruins of Wanshua Palace, a skinny figure, charred black as if burned by flames, was slowly walking step by step on the ruins. The shadowy figure wore tattered Taoist robes, with a faint mark belonging to Qinghe Mountain on the cuffs. In his hand, he held a slender sword with jagged edges. A variance appears again. The figure sighed lightly, raising the black longsword in his hand. Even reaching the immortal realm, what then? It can only break the balance here, serving no other purpose. He walked step by step out of the Wanshua Palace, where hordes of strange sword cultivators in Taoist robes awaited. These sword cultivators had sallow faces with eerie, stiff smiles, holding long swords as they silently approached the ruins of Wanshua Palace. But all these strange sword cultivators were stopped by an invisible circular boundary when they reached a certain distance from Wanshua Palace. The entire Wanshua Palace seemed like it was covered by a giant transparent bowl. Shielding it, the emaciated shadow finally approached these strange sword cultivators. Hiss! Threads of black extended from the figure's body, like strands of iron wire, streaking like lightning towards the strange sword cultivators. Pop, 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 pop. Amidst the dense sound of penetration, masses of sword cultivators collapsed and exploded into black mist, dissipating entirely. The shadowy figure also silently walked a circle around Wanshua Palace, thoroughly clearing the strange sword cultivators pressing in from outside. Feng Shuezi. Suddenly, a short figure with a huge hump-like burden on his back appeared behind the shadowy figure. It was the corrupt peddler. No one knew when he appeared or how he approached the other. It was as if he suddenly added a stroke to a complete oil painting. He abruptly appeared less than 5 meters behind the emaciated figure. "Are you planning to eliminate potential threats?" the corrupt peddler asked with a peculiar smile. "Why not?" The emaciated figure turned around, looking at him. "I sacrificed everything to maintain such balance. If this fragile balance were broken, everything would be destroyed." "So you reject all outside factors?" the corrupt peddler said. "Better to enjoy a slow death than face instant collapse," Feng Shuezi said coldly. "Don't you have confidence in those two talents?" the corrupt peddler asked softly.
No.
Feng Shuezi admitted frankly. "With the heavenly venerate missing and even the golden immortal eroded, what use are 2 mere immortal seeds? Even if they achieve immortality by tomorrow, they'd end up like me, trapped here, slaughtering chaos bodies day after day." "How tragic!" The corrupt peddler lowered his head. "So when do you plan to eliminate those two?" "Same as before, at the 1-year mark," Feng Shuezi replied indifferently. The corrupt peddler said no more. Turning around, a large black hole appeared out of nowhere in front of him, resembling a door for him to enter. But before entering, he halted. "Actually, I think these people, this time, are different from before." "There's no difference. Merely better aptitude, nothing more," Feng Shuezi responded coldly. The corrupt peddler said no more, only letting out a strange laugh as he walked slowly into the black hole. Asterisk. 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 Crack. A bolt of blue lightning descended from the sky, striking heavily on Yu Hong's head, only to be easily dissipated by the protective inner strength of chaotic god Heavenly Eye Skill. The next second, Yu Hong, sitting cross-legged, felt a peculiar cool sensation swiftly enter through his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. As soon as the sensation entered, it stimulated the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao method true qi within him to accelerate its circulation. Realizing this, Yu Hong quickly began visualizing the three-dimensional foundation establishment platform according to the foundation establishment stage technique. The foundation establishment platform of Qinghe Mountain was refined by countless predecessors to near perfection. It could be said that, in terms of safety and cost-effectiveness, it far surpassed all other cultivation method platforms. This was according to Yu Shuezi, for Yu Hong had not encountered other sects' foundation establishment techniques, so he was skeptical. Soon, the cool sensation merged with the true qi, gradually slowing its circulation speed. The true qi became more sluggish, like cement mixed with water. At the same time, the outside world injected a massive amount of newly absorbed life force to maintain the internal true qi concentration pressure. After over 10 minutes, Yu Hong, eyes closed against the dense forest, abruptly opened them. A flash of brilliance flickered in his eyes but soon faded back into plain serenity. Foundation establishment stage, accomplished. He sighed in relief and stood up. At this moment, his true qi had transformed into another kind of special power. It was the power recognized as true yuan. The true yuan surged, rapidly emerging from his outstretched fingertip, condensing into a blinding white light. Besides this, Yu Hong could also feel that the true yuan of the foundation establishment stage was slowly but steadily merging and assimilating the inner strength from the chaotic god Heavenly Eye skill. This process was slow, but the inner power from the chaotic god Heavenly Eye skill offered no resistance, clearly indicating a quality gap between the two. Congratulations, junior brother, on successfully taking the first big step in cultivation. Bai Sheng stepped out from the dark, smiling as he clasped his hands together. Thank you, senior brother, but this is just the first step, far too early for the immortal realm. Yu Hong responded with a good mood, smiling. True, but you should now visit our master. The formal foundation establishment means you should have a Taoist name of your own. Bai Sheng reminded him. Ah, right, there's also something I haven't confessed to the master. Might as well clear it up too. Yu Hong replied, storing the fingertip light ball, as he thought it was time to reveal his fake name. Thus, the two flew from the woods towards Wanshua Palace one after another. Yu Hong could finally fly. The true yuan surged through his entire body, and with the application of a simple levitation spell, he rose into the air, soaring with the wind. The ease of it brought a sense of wonder to him. After cultivating so many techniques and learning various system knowledge, it was only now that he could finally rely on himself to hover and fly. The two quickly arrived at Wanshua Palace. Quan He and He Ying were already waiting in the main hall. Their teacher Yu Shuezi was facing a painting hanging on the wall, speaking with a pensive look. Upon sensing their arrival, Yu Shuezi turned around, a charming smile on his face. It seems your cultivation has thoroughly stabilized. Yu Hu. Master. Yu Hong landed, just about to disclose his assumed name situation. I've already thought of Taoist names for you. Yu Shuezi impatiently interrupted him, speaking out. Quan He will be Quan Heezy, and you will be Yu Huzi, what do you think? Both Quan He and Yu Hong fell silent. What? Don't like it? Actually, my master gave me and my senior brother such names too. It's a tradition of the Wanshua Palace lineage. Yu Shuezi questioned. Quan Heezy is fine, but this Yu Huzi for me. Yu Hong could barely hold on, speaking. Master, I once had a Taoist name, Zheng Ro. Can we continue using it? Zheng Ro. Not bad either, balanced and gentle, meaningful, so Zheng Ro. Then, Yu Shuezi nodded with a smile. Quan He didn't mind her Taoist name being Quan Heezy, as it had already been her name, so there was no objection to keeping it. After a ritual ceremony, the two were officially registered and became a part of the Wanshua Palace lineage. The few celebrated briefly in the spacious Taoist palace. Fruit wine, beast meat, unknown wild vegetables, alongside some apple-banana-like fruits. This was the best cuisine this mining star had. After dinner, Yu Hong stood by the window, listening to senior brother Bai Sheng singing from behind. He Ying played a lute resembling a pipa, accompanying with a smile. Yu Shuezi tapped a bowl with chopsticks to chime in, and Silver Black Robot stood by, continuously serving them wine. If it weren't for all the chaos, the life here is actually quite nice, right? Quan He approached from the side, speaking softly. Perhaps.
Yu Hong nodded.
Looking up at the night sky, beside the round moon at night, a black square ship was slowly flying towards a pale red satellite. That's an automatic or transport ship, usually transporting once a year to the satellite, where it is further refined, waiting for the main artery ship to come by and collect. Yu Shuezi joined in from the back, observing the ship as well, filled with emotion. Master, actually there's something I haven't told you. Yu Hong spoke out. What is it? Actually, my real name is not Yu Hu, but Yu Hong.
Yuong confessed.
Is that so? No problem, it's a trivial matter. Anyone in your situation would be cautious about revealing their true name. I understand. Yu Shuezi waved it off, unbothered. Master, didn't you say you hate liars the most? Bai Shang came over from behind, shocked. Indeed, but your junior brother had legitimate reasons, right? If not for his careful and cautious nature, he wouldn't have survived to meet you two here. Yu Shuezi chuckled. Master, you? Bai Shang showed a baffled expression. He recalled being beaten for lying in the past and, seeing the now kind expression of Yu Shuezi, felt it hard to maintain composure. By the way, is there an elder in our lineage named Feng Shuezi? Quan He suddenly asked from the side. Feng Shuezi. Yu Shuezi was taken aback. Chapter 533. Feng Shuezi is your master's senior brother, and also the last golden immortal of our Wanshue palace. Unfortunately, many years ago, he traveled far beyond the domains, and his whereabouts have since remained unknown, Yu Shuezi said with some regret. If he were still here, he would be your martial uncle, casually guiding you, which would be invaluable. Feeling nostalgic, he started recounting Feng Shuezi's path to success step by step. Back then, your martial uncle was also of remarkable talent, comparable to Quan He and you. Later, he entered the main lineage, received an abundance of resources, and his cultivation level rose rapidly. Ultimately, he was accepted by the Heavenly Rainbow Long Light Venerable and achieved the status of a golden immortal. His ranking was within the top 1,000 in the entire Qinghe Mountain, and his powerful strength was renowned throughout the surrounding star domains. Unfortunately, he talked while drinking, gradually falling into his own memories, with Yu Hong and others becoming secondary. It wasn't until more than half an hour later that Yu Shuezi sighed, with an inexplicable loneliness flashing in his eyes, and let them disperse. At night, Yu Hong and Quan He parted ways with Bai Shang and He Ying, heading back along the mine path. It seems that even immortals are no different from us, just that they see themselves more clearly in many ways and have clearer goals. Having interacted more with his master, Quan He seemed to have gained some insight. Does junior sister have a goal now? Yu Hong asked. Taking one step at a time, Quan He said, her eyes tinged with a hint of confusion, after witnessing several terrifying source disasters. Although her talent is strong, the terror of source disasters is unparalleled, which is why she previously asked, what if she cultivated to the heavenly venerate? But Yu Hong was different. With the black mark on him, he was never confused about the future. The two of them, one deep in thought, the other with a calm expression, walked in the mine without speaking again for a long time. Returning to the black spirit, Yu Hong went straight back to the cultivation room. At this moment, a new trait was in his mind, but he hadn't researched it carefully because he had just been at the banquet. Now Yu Hong re-entered the corner of his mind, examining the new trait that had finished merging. The new trait was a light mass twice as large as the other light spheres. He approached and lightly touched it with his hand. Trait: Fierce Tiger Type, simulates the destructive power of a tiger's attack with a 5-fold increase. Truly simple and crude. Yu Hong shook his head slightly. Clearly, Weakness Strike was merged to strengthen the tiger form trait. However, the 5-fold enhancement was valuable. With his foundation establishment stage True Yuan, it was stronger than the inner strength of Chaotic God Sky Eye skill. Increasing by 5-fold, not counting Tai Ling skill, his strength had already far surpassed himself when he first came to the Mining Star. And this was his achievement in less than half a year on the Mining Star. Next, it's time to test how many mortal martial arts techniques his body can simultaneously cultivate. He had been contemplating this question previously. Currently, he was cultivating 4 cultivation techniques with the Dao Breath Thunder Transfer, Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao Technique, Chaotic God Sky Eye Skill, Qingwei Heart Technique, and 1 mortal martial art. He theorized that his body's strength should allow him to cultivate more techniques simultaneously. However, the occupied meridians meant he couldn't operate multiple techniques simultaneously, so they had to be alternated. Now, the 4 cultivation techniques pathways don't conflict. If I want to co-cultivate more, I must avoid occupying the existing meridians. For this reason, he had carefully chosen several mortal martial arts over the past 3 months. Now, upon detailed research, he discovered that the mortal martial arts and Qingwei heart technique he previously practiced had minor meridian conflicts with chaotic god, heavenly eyes meridians. Otherwise, his chaotic god sky eye would have long been perfected. In other words, when Qingwei heart technique and mortal martial arts operate uninterruptedly, chaotic god sky eye is actually stopped. No wonder. No wonder he suddenly felt that the speed of chaotic god sky eye skill had slowed considerably. Now, with the issue discovered, the mortal martial arts he chose had completely unrelated meridian operations. At this time, he returned to the Tao Breath Thunder Transfer trait, lightly touching it. Instantly, in the light sphere, 2 different meridian white light maps appeared before his eyes. They were the automatic operations of Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao Technique and Qingwei Heart Technique. And sure enough, chaotic god sky eye skill had long since stopped. After thinking for a moment, Yu Hong forcefully initiated the active operation of chaotic god sky eye skill. He allowed it to reside permanently within Tao Breath Thunder Transfer. Over these 3 months, he explored a method to allow techniques to automatically operate, and now, with his hand on Tao Breath Thunder Transfer. Soon, Qingwei Heart Technique stopped operating, replaced by another white light map resembling a tiger. It seems conflicting techniques can only be operated one at a time. After some thought, Yu Hong decided to first complete the chaotic god sky eye, obtain the trait, and then talk about it. Another characteristic of Tao Breath Thunder Transfer is that a skill actively initiated will automatically replace the ongoing automatic operation. Exiting his mind, he sat cross-legged and browsed through the 3 mortal martial arts he selected from the book collection pavilion. Huntian Palm, Flying Transition 9 Revolutions, and Climbing Cloud Skill. These 3 mortal martial arts had non-conflicting operation routes with his existing cultivation techniques, meaning they could be co-cultivated. He picked up the first technique, Huntian Palm, and quickly entered a state of object-person oblivion. In no time, after taking the prepared medicinal inducer, he successfully entered the introductory stage of Huntian Palm, producing the first trace of internal breath. He once more entered his mental space, confirming Huntian Palm had begun automatic cultivation. Yu Hong then picked up the second book, Flying Transition 9 Revolutions, similarly entering the introductory stage in less than an hour, producing the first trace of internal breath. The last one was Climbing Cloud Skill, an obscure Qigong technique requiring exceptionally uncommon meridians, making it non-conflicting with all other techniques. It took 20 minutes for Yu Hong to master this technique, successfully entering the introductory stage and adding it to the automatic cycle. At this point, all his meridians entered into automatic cultivation, leaving no idle ones. Feeling the simultaneous operation of the 3 mortal martial arts within, Yu Hong let out a long breath. Standing up, he had one more task to complete. Coming to the mirror within the chamber, he lifted his eye patch, removing his right eyeball. Placing it in his palm, he silently recited in his heart, "Strengthen outer eye, direction, extreme enhancement." With all the medicinal enhancements for his various cultivation techniques almost prepared over the past 3 months, and Tao Breath Thunder Transfer progressing steadily, he needed only to follow the routine dosage to supplement resources daily. The black mark was currently unnecessary for the fusion function, so he intended to continue enhancing the strength of his outer eye. Admittedly, his body's aptitude exceeded that of Quan He significantly due to the continuous enhancement of the outer eye, which bolstered his entire physique to reach such heights. Having tasted success, Yu Hong decided to take advantage of the abundant time and strengthen the outer eye to its maximum potential in one go. Soon, a black line flashed by, revealing a countdown: 2 years 11 months 7 days 14 hours 8 minutes. 2 years. Yu Hong furrowed his brow, thinking that this seemed rather long. Yet, the longer the enhancement period, the better the end result. He hesitated for a moment before confirming the start. Suddenly, he paused, released his hold, and from the pocket of his Taoist robe, he took out a small pill furnace glowing with blue light. This was the mysterious small object that the corrupt merchant had sold him, which he studied for quite some time but failed to discern its purpose. However, that guy surely couldn't have sold it to him without reason. Yu Hong pondered for a moment, beginning to explore the pill furnace by following the earliest method he used when applying the black mark. He placed the pill furnace on the ground before him. Then, he put his hand on top and silently recited in his heart, "Enhance pill furnace direction, defense ability." A black line flashed, flowing into the pill furnace, but in the next second, it returned. No basic defense ability, unable to enhance. The black mark provided feedback. Yu Hong's expression remained unchanged, continuing to test other abilities. This trial and error of attributes was his method devised to identify object functions using the black mark. Time ticked away bit by bit. Quan He called him outside to have breakfast. Quickly going out, he grabbed a pack of instant noodles and canned meat, solving his hunger, then continued testing the pill furnace. All the tested fields were noted in a small notebook, preventing redundant attempts in the future. As time passed, the number of tested attributes gradually increased. Finally, "Do you want to enhance the pill furnace?" The black mark's feedback finally changed from having no basic function to offering a yes or no choice. Yu Hong immediately perked up, realizing he was asked about enhancing the purification ability of the pill furnace. Purification direction, then? Next, explore the specifics. What to purify was key. This time, the speed quickened considerably. Since he didn't care about what needed purification, he only needed to determine whether this furnace provided any functionalities he required. If it didn't, then purifying other things held no significance for Yu Hong. Immediately, he quickly tested various black disaster powers he controlled, the physical body, source disaster radiation, etc. Whether to enhance the purification of black disaster red value? As expected, the black mark feedback reconfirmed the furnace was intended for purifying red values. The countdown appeared simultaneously. 7 hours 11 minutes. Yu Hong glanced, seeing it wasn't long and acceptable, promptly confirming yes. Leaving the pill furnace in the cultivation chamber, he got up, went out with Quan He for morning greetings, and then went to cultivate near the life well until the dusk, returning to the safe house when the day was close to ending. By then, the 7 hours had long passed. Crack. The second floor's cultivation chamber door was opened slowly, and Yu Hong walked in only to be momentarily stunned by what he saw. The cultivation chamber, initially the size of a basketball court, now had an unexpected fine black pill furnace more than a person high and 2 meters in diameter in the center. The outer side of the pill furnace was imprinted with dragon and phoenix patterns, along with various odd beasts and birds, with the 4 ears respectively crafted into wing shapes. On the furnace lid was a miniature rugged hill, and the slots of the cover radiated blinding blue light, illuminating the entire chamber in a blue glow. Most critically, a grayish-white instruction sheet hung from the furnace lid. Yu Hong closed the door with his free hand, walked a few steps closer, reaching out to take the instruction. Pill furnace. Originally named Purification Furnace, created by the Palace Master of Wuji Palace to combat black disasters. Later incorporated universally by many factions, it can extremely purify all red values within 10,000 meters, condensing them into black mountain crystals. Black mountain crystal. High concentration condensation of black disaster radiation. Unknown application. The Palace Master discarded it into the light disaster domain to restrain the spread of light disaster radiation. It's actually this thing.
Yu Hong muttered, Somia surprised.
This is his first time to steal. Oh no, enhance something that belonged to the Palace Master of Wuji Palace. But it seems it's only usable for establishing factions or sects. Possesses no other functions. However, this is the effect after enhancement. Before the enhancement, the purification ability should have been much weaker. That corrupt merchant sold it to me seemingly with good intentions, meant to purify the high concentration of red values near me now. Chapter 534. Here is the translated text. Staring at the purification, he extended his hand, gently pressing it against the surface of the furnace, and true yuan surged into it. SSSS. The Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique True Yuan, carrying a white light that was impartial and harmonious, swiftly poured into the purification furnace. The next second, a layer of transparent light circle spread out from inside the pill furnace. This light circle ignored the protection of the safe house, traversed walls, passed over the attic outside, through the surrounding mountains, and kept expanding to a farther range. It stopped only when it reached about 10,000 meters. Soon, within this range of 10,000 meters, all red values began to plummet swiftly, as if disappearing into thin air. At the moment, the purification furnace successfully activated. Inside a hole on another Wanshua Palace ruin, Feng Shuezi lowered his hand, having just killed a group of monster sword cultivators, and turned his head towards the direction where Yu Hong was. Is this the feeling of a purification furnace? And the effect is actually this strong. Behind him, the short-statured corrupt traveling merchant also suddenly appeared, looking in that direction with equal amazement and doubt. It is indeed a purification furnace, and it's not of ordinary quality, the corrupt traveling merchant remarked with a hint of surprise and shock. Was it your doing? Feng Shuezi looked towards him, only to see the corrupt traveling merchant equally bewildered. How could it be? The main vein has long since disappeared, the heavenly venerate mysteriously vanished, and no one has known how to craft a purification furnace for a long time. The corrupt traveling merchant shook his head. But I remember you possess a purification furnace. Feng Shuezi frowned. Mine broke long ago, with only a little bit of purification ability left, and I gave it to a new entrant. The corrupt traveling merchant paused abruptly. Wait, that direction. He seemed to confirm something. Who did you sell it to? The new entrant? Was it that Yu Hong, or Quan He? Feng Shuezi became solemn. It was Yu Hong, the corrupt traveling merchant promptly replied, all the usual eccentricity gone. This was because the purification furnace was too crucial for them now. Could he have repaired the purification furnace? But no. The effect of my former purification furnace isn't even close to this. The corrupt traveling merchant's expression shifted. Why bother thinking? Let's go and see for ourselves, Feng Shuezi said with some urgency in his voice. You can't go out. I'll take a trip. The corrupt traveling merchant decided quickly, then vanished from sight. In the next instant, he appeared directly outside Yu Hong's safe house, within 100 meters. Standing on the hillside, he looked toward the 3-story building-shaped black spirit, feeling the air that was extremely pure, without any trace of red value. His heart was filled with indescribable shock. Is it really this guy? He looked towards the direction of the safe house, momentarily lost for words. This feeling was like an adult coming across a kindergarten child they found pleasing to the eye along the way and decided to give them a broken phone they were about to discard. Unexpectedly, a few days later, upon checking back, finding that this child not only repaired the broken phone but upgraded it to the latest high-tech foldable screen. This stark contrast left the corrupt traveling merchant's mind buzzing. He suddenly felt a bit numb. No, I need to confirm. If it was indeed truly Yu Hong's doing, then, at once, he flickered again, appearing directly at the door of the safe house, then extended a hand to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. He could indeed rush straight in, but that wouldn't be polite. He attached certain importance to this kid, Yu Hong. Unlike Feng Shuezi, he has spent his life looking for a sliver of possibility. He doesn't care about the future of Yu Shuezi or Feng Shuezi. He traveled extensively, only because he calculated that waiting here might result in some small gain. Thus he waited for more than 500 years. And now, finally, he sees a sliver of hope he's waited for so long. Is it you? Suddenly Yu Hong's voice came from within. Corrupt traveling merchant. Is there anything? He didn't bother to open the door, just spoke across it. The corrupt traveling merchant didn't mind. His face naturally revealed a peculiar smile. Just now, I sensed a sudden presence of purification power here. Sheng-Ruz, can you tell me what's happening? For countless years, he had traveled far and wide, and coming to Mining Star was an accidental discovery of Feng Shuezi's plotting, leading him to calculate a sliver of hope here. Waiting for centuries, now he seemed to finally see a glimpse of dawn, which made him unconsciously feel a bit anxious. He cared little about Wanshua Palace, but hope he must grasp. Senior, could you feel it? Yu Hong paused for a moment, unexpectedly finding the safe house could not block the purification from the purification furnace. 10,000 meters around, as clear as day, any living being can feel the change. The corrupt traveling merchant chuckled softly. I see. Yu Hong paused, knowing there was no hiding it, and immediately started thinking quickly. The black mark was definitely not to be disclosed, but he could showcase his strong repairability and research prowess as before. Immediately, he showed a calm demeanor, even though the other couldn't see him through the door. Who knew if the mysterious guy could somehow see through him? So, his facial expression management also had to be flawless. Truth be told, Junior repaired and enhanced the small pill furnace you sold to me previously. I used some materials I'd collected during my wanderings in a source disaster to upgrade it, and the effect turned out quite nice. Yu Hong said honestly with a sincere tone. You? Able to repair a purification furnace? The corrupt traveling merchant expressed disbelief. It's not hard to repair one of these, but the issue is there's no one left outside. It's impossible to find an artifact master to repair them, and we can't do it ourselves. That's why he had given Yu Hong the previously broken purification furnace. As for selling it, the price was equivalent to giving it away. It's all right. It's not that difficult, is it? Yu Hong hesitantly replied through the door. He felt the strengthening process took only a few hours, so it shouldn't be too difficult. The corrupt traveling merchant took a deep breath, lowering his head even more. It seems, young brother is a repair expert. He couldn't help laughing oddly, clearly a joyous laugh, but from his throat, it turned into a creepy weird laughter that also sent a chill down Yu Hong's spine. How about we make a deal? The corrupt traveling merchant quickly stopped the eerie laughter that made Yu Hong's whole body tingle, and spoke again. What kind of deal? Senior, just say it straight. Yu Hong quickly replied. Sell me your repaired purification furnace, and I can give you whatever you need, as long as I possess it. The corrupt traveling merchant smiled. As long as you have? Yu Hong's mind started to figure out. But Junior requires nothing. Even cultivation resources are adequately prepared. Think carefully. You'll find some needs. The corrupt traveling merchant chuckled sinisterly. Even if I don't have it now, I can soon retrieve it for you. Retrieve it? Hearing this, Yu Hong's heart stirred. His immediate task now is to cultivate rapidly to improve his realm and strength, and to achieve this goal, refining cultivation technique traits is one aspect, and the other is to enhance his own aptitude. The former merely requires extensive cultivation. The latter can be achieved by strengthening the outer eye to consequently enhance the intensity of Yu Hong's entire qualification. So if he could get a stronger outer eye for further enhancement, Junior requires a sufficiently powerful being's eyeballs. Yu Hong immediately voiced his needs. Sufficiently powerful? That I cannot accomplish. The outside world now makes it very hard to find anyone. The corrupt traveling merchant spoke lowly. The eyeballs of source disaster monsters would do, Yu Hong added. Is that so? The corrupt traveling merchant was briefly stunned, then surprisingly began to ponder genuinely. My power is limited. It's hard for me to find such items for you. Yet, I have something here, although damaged, if you could repair it to well condition, might provide you significant help. He smiled. You seem to have cultivated the chaotic God Sky Eye skill of the Sky Wish sect, haven't you? Senior knows this skill? Yu Hong was stunned, increasingly feeling the profundity of this figure. Naturally, I know, but this skill doesn't have a high upper limit, since after forming in the later stages it can't enhance the eye strength anymore. Are you asking me to find a strong eyeball to replace? The corrupt traveling merchant quickly guessed Yu Hong's thoughts. Senior's impressive. Yu Hong realized he had underestimated the other party's level. You don't need a replacement eye, the rejection can be very dangerous. I have something here, though damaged. If you can repair it, you can use it to absorb external eyeball core pupil power to strengthen yourself. The corrupt traveling merchant spoke deeply, carrying a hint of temptation. He was testing whether Yu Hong really possessed repairing abilities and the extent of his repairing range. Of course, it was real. He had many damaged treasures collected over the years. Repair them and they could be used. He indeed wasn't lying to Yu Hong. This was an open plot. As long as Yu Hong truly needed it, he couldn't refuse. Senior, is what you say true? Yu Hong was immediately delighted upon hearing this. If he could absorb pupil power to blend and enhance, he didn't dare imagine how much he could strengthen his outer eye. Of course it's true. Come, give me the purification furnace and this will be yours. The corrupt traveling merchant extended his hand, and in his palm suddenly appeared a beautifully crafted triangular crown made of purple crystal.
Moments later.
The corrupt traveling merchant carried the purification furnace and vanished before Yu Hong. Meanwhile, Yu Hong held the purple crystal triangular crown, a look of seriousness mixed with joy on his face. The corrupt traveling merchant hadn't lied to him. The first moment he got it, he tested it using the black mark, realizing this thing indeed had the function to integrate pupil power and enhance oneself, in perfect synergy with the chaotic God Sky Eye skill. Although it seemed somewhat damaged, even a good one wouldn't be his turn to use. After all, its value was undoubtedly too high. He had always felt a pity that after the stages of chaotic God Sky Eye were completed, the outer eye could no longer be enhanced, only replaced. But now, he could finally continue to enhance it. While using the black mark to strengthen, also further integrating pupil power, he couldn't even predict to what extent his qualification could be enhanced in the future. On the other side, the corrupt traveling merchant appeared with the purification furnace in front of Feng Shuezi. It's indeed the purification furnace, and better functioning than the one I previously had, even before it broke. Larger too, the corrupt traveling merchant remarked with emotion, placing the furnace in the center of Wanshua Palace. Confirmed it's Yu Hong who repaired it? Feng Shuezi questioned skeptically. Confirmed. I also gave him something needing repair to test his real skill. If even the purple extreme crown can be repaired. Purple extreme crown? The iconic treasure of the Sky Wish sect hierarch. Feng Shuezi arched an eyebrow. Exactly. Feng Shuezi looked at the purification furnace that was rapidly purifying near red values after being placed on the ground, feeling the ambient red value radiation drop rapidly. The monster sword cultivators approaching slowly from afar also began to fade and retreat, seemingly dreading this inconspicuous little furnace. So, now do you still think they're just mere geniuses? The corrupt traveling merchant's eerie laughter rang out beside him. Chapter 535. Feng Shuezi silently watched the purification furnace that continuously emitted a transparent glow, his expression complex. He remained silent, but his reaction at this moment already revealed his hesitation and contradiction. I always thought that hope was false. The power of the star disaster was insurmountable. All hope was just an illusion. But now, a purification furnace can reduce at least a third of your burden. And he's merely a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. The decaying wandering merchant laughed. How is Qinghe Mountain now? How is Wanshua Palace now? Don't you have any sense of it in your heart? What do you plan to do? Feng Shuezi looked at the decaying wandering merchant. I happen to have a lot of things that need repair. Let's see how far he can go. The decaying wandering merchant replied with a smile. Keep observing. Feng Shuezi answered. Asterisk. 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 At this moment, in the safe house, Yu Hong was still holding the damaged purple extreme crown, examining it repeatedly. The black mark provided the enhancement time. 11 days, 3 hours, and 8 minutes. The enhancement magnitude was very low. Yu Hong enhanced it only for the sake of repair. But since the black mark could only repair items it had enhanced before, it was designed this way. He placed the purple extreme crown in the corner of the secret room, then ignored it, focusing entirely on cultivation. Training, taking pills, absorbing from the life well, visiting Wanshua Palace, Yu Hong and Quan He rapidly advanced in this cycle. In 11 days, their cultivation rose another level, reaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and the heavenly tribulation increased from 1 to 2 strikes. But for both of them, whose cultivation was already strong, it wasn't much. And the purple extreme crown finally reached its true restoration moment. Inside the safe house, Yu Hong returned early from the life well today, specifically to wait for the enhancement of the purple extreme crown to complete. He had high expectations for this treasure obtained from the decaying wandering merchant trade. As noon approached, Yu Hong sat cross-legged in the secret room, quietly awaiting the countdown's end. The pale red numbers flashing on the purple extreme crown reached the last 3 minutes. He calmed his mind, closed his eyes, and remained still. Soon, a point of purple golden halo lit up silently on the purple extreme crown. The countdown completely vanished. The previously indistinct purple extreme crown blurred for a moment. The next moment, as if refreshed, glowed more brilliantly than before. A few seconds after the purple golden halo illuminated, a thin sheet of pale yellow paper appeared on the ground in front of the purple extreme crown. Yu Hong opened his eyes and picked up the paper. This was the manual after enhancement. Purple extreme crown +1. The emblem of the former Sky Wish sect hierarch, capable of extracting pupil power from all things to replenish oneself. Unending, perpetual. Target's internal energy level must not surpass that of the wearer. After enhancement, the extraction speed is improved, reduced from 6 seconds to 5 seconds. Ha! It's the Sky Wish sect again?
Yu Hong chuckled.
Wuji Palace and Sky Wish sect seemed to be rushing to gather today, joining in the excitement together. He took a deep breath, putting on the purple extreme crown. Swoosh! The purple extreme crown flashed a gleam and resized itself to perfectly fit his head circumference. Simultaneously, Yu Hong immediately felt a warmth in his eyes, and an impulse rose within him as if seeing anyone would draw out their pupil power to replenish himself. He stood up without hesitation, entered the main control room, and took out the previously accumulated large amount of outer eyes from within. First, he brought out a pair of outer eyes from a 3-eyed dragon head general. They were the ones he had enhanced, appearing as a pair of pale golden orbs, lying quietly in his palm. Yu Hong looked at the outer eyes, and his mind stirred. At that moment, swoosh, threads of transparent smoke swiftly rose from the outer eyes and entered his own eyes. Quickly, an extremely soothing cool sensation spread from his eyes throughout his body. Yu Hong couldn't help but let out a sigh of comfort. A few seconds later, he reopened his eyes. The outer eyes in his hands had completely turned into a pair of shriveled husks, devoid of any life. He discarded the husks, took out the next pair, and continued to absorb. Now that he had the purple extreme crown, the remaining outer eyes were meaningless. He only needed to keep fortifying the pair he wore. Soon, as time passed, after absorbing 73 pairs of outer eyes, suddenly Yu Hong's eyes felt warm. The outer eyes received enhancement, evolving into the immortal general heavenly eye. Original abilities unchanged, effects enhanced. 1. Eye of Destruction's destructive power increased by 50%. 2. Eye of Transmission's bodily burden reduced by 50%. Not bad, the pupil power absorption directly enhanced the previous 2 abilities. In fact, he hadn't had the opportunity to use these 2 abilities yet. The Eye of Destruction could annihilate opponents weaker in spiritual power than himself. The Eye of Transmission could directly move to his desired location, as long as his body could withstand it. These were abilities brought by the immortal general's eye. In reality, according to Yu Hong's understanding, Orthodox Qinghe mountain cultivators typically required the nascent soul stage for the Eye of Transmission ability, though many cultivation techniques granted similar effects to the Eye of Destruction. This essentially gave him an auxiliary mobility device in advance. Again, after tasting the benefits, Yu Hong continued using the purple extreme crown to absorb the various outer eyes he had previously enhanced. As his abilities stabilized, his plans and goals for the future became clearer. His current environment also stabilized, and the demand for various functional outer eyes vanished. It was indeed time to clear out and refresh the batch of outer eyes. After all, The eyes of the three-eyed dragon head general were too low in starting point for him now. Yu Hong once again resumed absorbing the pupil power. Over an hour later, the outer eyes granted another enhancement. The Eye of Destruction's destructive power increased by 70%, and the Eye of Transmission's burden was further reduced. As the last pair of outer eyes was fully exhausted, he let out a long breath, pausing the absorption process. Removing the purple extreme crown, Yu Hong didn't plan to wear it frequently, only to don it when needing to absorb pupil power, as it was a bit too conspicuous, belonging to the Sky Wish sect hierarch, and it wouldn't do to be recognized by someone. With a click, he opened the door and walked out of the safe house. Yu Hong felt refreshed, removing the eye patch from his right eye. At this point, his right eye had completely become an enhanced version of the immortal General Heavenly Eye. Let's test its effect first. First was the Eye of Destruction. Previously, the Eye of Destruction combined the destruction beam of the chaotic god Heavenly Eye. Enhancing the Eye of Destruction now meant boosting the ultimate strike of the chaotic god Heavenly Eye. With this thought, Yu Hong focused his gaze on the slope outside. Hiss! An invisible beam instantly landed on the gray stone mountain cliff, boring a hole through it in an instant. The hole's depth was unknown, silent and soundless as if a sharp spike pierced through tofu. Without a specific opposition, it's hard to gauge the effect. It will be useful when encountering an opponent after this. Let's also check the Eye of Transmission. This ability had been shadowed as Yu Hong always covered his right eye, only frequently utilizing short-distance instantaneous movement. Now, with the bodily burden of long-distance transmission cut in half, he intended to test it. Standing outside the safe house, Yu Hong envisioned an open space outside Wanshua Palace. Transmit! He stirred within. Swish! In an instant, his body felt slightly numb, and a blur flashed before his eyes, and he appeared on the target open ground outside Wanshua Palace. Swish! The next second, Yu Shuezi's figure also appeared simultaneously in front of him. Eh? Yu Shuezi stared at him in surprise. I was wondering who you were to teleport here in an instant. Never seen this wave before. Turns out it's you. Master, this is a new superpower I gained. Yu Hong quickly explained. Superpower? Yu Shuezi blinked. Aren't you a pure human clan member? Where did you get a superpower? Can't a member of the human clan have natural talents? I'm surely an exceptionally gifted one among the exceptions.
Yu Hong cleverly replié.
Haha. I believe you. Yu Shuezi shook his head, amused. All right then, remember to teleport farther next time. Don't jump around here. It'd be troublesome if you trigger the protective array. Understood.
Yu Hong nodded vigorously.
Disciple takes leave. He bowed slightly, and the next instant he vanished with a swoosh. Before his eyes, flashes of color filled his vision, and a second later, Yu Hong felt a mild ache throughout his body. Looking again at his surroundings, he found himself in a dim, damp swamp forest. Thick poisonous fumes pervaded the air, with a mix of bacteria and viruses confined in the semi-open space. A faint glow emanated from Yu Hong, isolating the air as he surveyed the surroundings. He had just thought of transmitting to the far side of the mining star, and then he somehow arrived here. Quite handy. Yu Hong thought pleasantly, then looked upwards, through the treetops, at the slowly moving satellites in the sky. Go to that satellite, he thought to himself. Swoosh! A sudden blur crossed his vision. His body began experiencing a more intense pricking pain. A second later, Yu Hong staggered onto a silvery-gray, desolate metal platform. Above was the boundless starry sky. Beneath was an endless silvery-gray metallic terrain. The platform he stood on was in front of a gigantic temple-like architectural platform. Bong! 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 The surroundings were hollow and empty, with no people, no flora or fauna. Only a faint rhythmic metal beating sound lingered in the air from afar. Standing on the platform, Yu Hong felt light, able to float easily at any moment. Gravity is only about 1/9 of the mining stars. Yu Hong considered as he came to a satellite for the first time, moving along the platform, taking steps and flying inward. With a gentle leap, He glided like low-altitude flight. He entered the temple-styled metal structure. Before him appeared the enormous machine, as large as a house. This machine had numerous wheels of varying sizes, with seam-like marks on its surface, and a faint blue glow flickering from within these seams. Despite the blue glow, the machine seemed inactive for a long time. Black-yellow rust spots adorned the wheels. The floor was strewn with bizarre tools and toppled chairs in disarray. Frowning, Yu Hong recognized that the satellite, as Yu Shuezi had mentioned, was a place to transport mine stones, refining them. Yet now, it seemed as though the machines hadn't operated in a long while. Chapter 536. After wandering around the satellite for a while, Yu Hong discovered that the place had long been abandoned. Many of the automated conveyors had stopped working, and several areas marked with "Do Not Enter" signs had their doors half open, with robots inside that had lost their power, lying on the ground. The surveillance monitors were also out of power, covered in dust. Having found nothing, he teleported again and visited the remaining few satellites, only to see the same scene. The satellites' automated purification and refining systems had long been out of operation. Thump. Landing gently from mid-air, Yu Hong stood on the top of the highest metallic tower of the fourth satellite, gazing at the burning star in the sky. All around him was a grayish-yellow fog, lifeless and motionless. It seemed as if he was the only moving thing on this entire planet. The sound of the howling wind swirled, stirring the yellow fog as it drifted continuously. This place seems worse than I imagined.
Yuon Siged.
What were you originally thinking? The voice of the mysterious merchant suddenly came from behind him. Yu Hong shivered, quickly turning his head, and saw the figure appearing at the entrance of the tower top, 1 foot on the step, standing lightly. "Oh, it's you, Senior." Yu Hong exhaled, quickly adjusting his tone. Although the other did not seem to care about such things, showing respect never hurt anyone. "Actually, I had a strange feeling since my first few days on the mining star," he said frankly. "Here, bizarre things appear and disappear constantly. Strange sword cultivators occasionally attack at night. My master, senior brothers, and senior sisters mysteriously disappear in the evenings and are untraceable." "You're not wrong," the mysterious merchant cackled. "But compared to here, with the impending cataclysm, other places are even more hopeless. Here at least maintains some sense of normalcy. Senior, may I ask, besides Qinghe Mountain, are there other forces deeper into the source disaster?" Yu Hong suddenly changed the topic. "Who knows? Qinghe Mountain is not the only place with heavenly venerates. This universe is vast with many heavenly venerates. Perhaps other places like this still exist," the mysterious merchant murmured. "Besides," he let out a high-pitched, piercing laugh. "Have you fixed it? Are you referring to the purple extreme crown, Senior?"
Yuon Squinted.
"Yes, fortunately, the damage wasn't too severe. It took more than 10 days to fix, and it was highly challenging with a touch of luck. Otherwise, with my current skills, I wouldn't have been able to fully repair it." He added several preconditions to indicate his skills weren't that great. Like the damage not being significant, it took more than 10 days and required luck. However, he. Yes, not severely damaged. The mysterious merchant laughed sharply. "A purple extreme crown? Damaged by nearly half. And that's called not significant damage? More than 10 days? If everything outside were normal, a magic treasure like the purple extreme crown, damaged about half, would typically require years for repair. More than 10 days wouldn't even be enough to finish assessing the damage." "Very good. Very good." The mysterious merchant lowered his head, and the massive tumor on his back quivered along with his laughter.
Yuon.
"What do you think of Qinghe Mountain? Do you want to—" Bang! Before he finished speaking, a sudden sharp noise came from the metallic tower they stood on, as if something had snapped. The mysterious merchant immediately fell silent, yet the smile on his face couldn't be hidden. "Good child." He extended his hand again, revealing a small, exquisite apple-like pink fruit in his palm. Check this out. Can this be repaired? He asked softly. Yu Hong stepped forward, reaching out to take the pink fruit. His heart stirred as the black mark flowed from the back of his hand, seeping into the fruit. Enhanced apple direction. Slightly increased the hardness of the apple's skin. He casually named it. The countdown swiftly emerged. February 11th, 5:19 a.m. Over 2 months? That long? Yu Hong was shocked, and his expression was noted by the mysterious merchant. Is it doable? The mysterious merchant asked again. It's extremely challenging, Yu Hong said in a deep voice. If over 2 months were entirely spent on enhancing this, it meant he couldn't use the black mark to enhance other things or integrate them for 2 months. The sacrifice was substantial. Challenging. Is that so? The mysterious merchant's voice trembled slightly. He didn't have high hopes when taking this thing out, merely trying his luck jokingly. But unexpectedly, Yu Hong actually replied that it was challenging to repair? Is it a matter of challenge? It's that it can be repaired. The mysterious merchant felt his emotions, unstirred for tens of thousands of years, underwent unprecedented fluctuations. If you can truly repair it, then what do you need? I have the materials, but I'll need to dedicate lots of time and energy to it, and I also need to cultivate, Yu Hongdao said. If you can fix it, this place, perhaps, will become a real place of hope, the mysterious merchant said. Whatever else you want, I can give you. Could you tell me the truth about the mining star? What happened to Wanshua Palace? Yu Hong frowned and asked directly. To be frank, the true Wanshua Palace was destroyed years ago during a star disaster siege. Yu Shuezi and the other 2 did not die. They were merely polluted into chaos bodies. The mysterious merchant withheld no more, slowly recounting the events of those years. Yu Shuezi is the junior brother of Feng Shuezi and the last relative of the Wanshua Palace lineage. The whole Wanshua Palace fought against the star disaster, leaving only the 2 brothers. Feng Shuezi is highly cultivated. He advanced to Golden Immortal early on with formidable strength. Yu Shuezi, knowing his inadequacy, remained barely at critical human immortal for a long time. But one accident, Yu Shuezi was unfortunately infected into a chaos body during the star disaster siege. Once Feng Shuezi found out, he rushed back swiftly, timely preventing a report to the main line, blocking the disaster of Yu Shuezi becoming a chaos body. He completely sealed off the mining star, severing all contact with the outside world to ensure his junior brother's condition wouldn't leak out, avoiding the main line's preemptive eradication. The mysterious merchant said softly, Chaos bodies carry a strong virus, so they must be eradicated immediately upon discovery. Originally, Yu Shuezi was doomed, for he had no opportunity to slowly fade away as other chaos bodies, eventually disappearing. He would have been instantly killed by the main line. But Feng Shuezi's complete seal of the mining star prevented the main line from ever learning of Yu Shuezi's existence, and his destruction was interrupted. Time flew by, and the mining star was sealed off for hundreds of years, during which the outside world underwent massive changes. Heavenly venerates vanished, star disasters swept through, and Qinghe Mountain and other major forces were mysteriously tainted almost overnight. Numerous forces were besieged, engulfed by star-destroying monsters. Only the mining star's Wanshua Palace survived, due to its complete isolation without any sign of it, and because Yu Shuezi being already a chaos body attracted little external monster attention, they survived. In a blink of several tens of thousands of years, the mining star remains, while everything outside has long perished. The entire Qinghe Mountain Wanshua Palace became the sole surviving remnant. Meanwhile, Feng Shuezi, in maintaining the mining star's seal, was also corrupted into a chaos body. As Chao bodies, they weren't assaulted, but as chaos bodies, they could only die slowly in such isolation, waiting to be obliterated. The mysterious merchant spoke, having walked ahead of Yu Hong, standing on the tower top platform, gazing at the endless sea of yellow mist outside. This is the history of the mining star. Do you have any questions? Senior. I want to ask, have we also been infected by the chaos body? Yu Hong couldn't help but ask softly. No. The infection period of a chaos body is mainly the first 3,000 years or so, which has long passed. The mysterious merchant answered. Then, the junior has no more questions. Yu Hong thought for a moment and replied. Knowing all this, are you still willing to stay on the mining star? The mysterious merchant asked. Why wouldn't I be willing? My master, senior brothers, and senior sisters treat me well. Even if they are chaos bodies, since they don't infect me or harm me, why should I not want to stay?
Yu Hong countered.
His words instead inquired back the mysterious merchant. Then about those strange sword cultivators at night? Are you afraid? He thought for a bit, changing the topic. Where do they come from? Yu Hong asked. They were once disciples of Wanshua Palace. Before Wanshua Palace was destroyed, leaving only Feng Shuezi and Yu Shuezi, it was a prosperous branch. Later, with the siege of Star Disaster, the branch was decimated, leaving only the two of them. This is also why Yu Shuezi strived for disciples with superior aptitude, determined to restore Wanshua Palace lineage. The mysterious merchant explained. No wonder, but as long as I don't go out at night, they pose no danger to me, right? Yu Hong didn't mind. The mysterious merchant glanced deeply at him, recognizing his genuine indifference. You have great courage. Great courage. From your heart, I've never felt the slightest despair, fear, anxiety, he murmured. Hope will certainly come, senior, Yu Hong said earnestly. Is that so? Then, I will look forward to you bringing new hope. The mysterious merchant took a step back, his figure rippling like water, and disappeared on the spot. Yu Hong gazed at where he left, mind repeatedly recalling the story he just heard of Wanshua Palace. A senior brother willing to protect his junior at all costs inadvertently preserved the last breath of life of his sect. Though slowly dying, he achieved what he wanted, waiting for that glimmer of hope he wished for. Of course, he wouldn't entirely believe everything the mysterious merchant said. Many details still needed confirmation and proof, but the entire logical chain seemed intact. Moreover, Yu Hong lowered his head, looking at the apple-like seed in his palm. Leaving something that seems quite important like this with me? The black mark would take more than 2 months to repair it, indicating a foundation far surpassing what he had repaired with the purple extreme crown before. Chapter 537. Inside the real Wanshua Palace. On the ruins, Feng Shuezi glared at the decay merchant with a hostile expression. What were you trying to do just now? Since you don't appreciate it and want to eliminate interference factors, why not give it to me as a disciple? Wouldn't that make everyone happy? The decay merchant said in a strange tone, lowering his head. That was before. From now on, I will value it. Take your claws back, Feng Shuezi said coldly. Also, you gave him the red sky fruit. Do you actually think he can repair it? Why not? The purple extreme crown is a golden immortal level magic treasure that he can repair. Although the red sky fruit was developed by several heavenly venerates together, it's not very rare in itself. If it can be repaired, that would be the greatest hope, the decay merchant said in a low voice. Even if it can be repaired, what could you offer him in exchange? Don't tell me you want to take advantage of an information gap. With long-term cooperation, you'll be found out sooner or later. Plus, he's a disciple of my Wanshua Palace lineage. He is my junior nephew, Feng Shuezi said sternly. Oh? Now he's your junior nephew? The decay merchant laughed oddly. If it weren't for a lack of choice, do you think I would want to take action to eliminate external factors? Feng Shuezi replied. The damage to the red sky fruit, basically, can't be repaired for reuse. It's essentially a one-time treasure, but if it can indeed be repaired, the implications, even at Qinghe Mountain's peak, it would stir the heavenly venerate, the decay merchant said. So, according to this exchange, I will give him what he wants most, something of equal or even greater value than a complete red sky fruit. You certainly are wealthy, but aren't many core resources of various forces now in your hands? Feng Shuezi said coldly. Not much, just a little bit. The decay merchant replied with a smile. Next, I will focus on protecting Yu Hong and Quan He since hope has been seen. The previous ideas can no longer continue, Feng Shuezi said in a low tone. What about your junior brother's chaos body? The decay merchant asked. Yu Hong and Quan He will be the new leaders of my lineage. Once they are capable, my junior brother and I will take our exit together, Feng Shuezi said calmly. The decay merchant said no more, falling silent upon hearing about the exit. By the way, the purification from the purification furnace triggered some backlash from the star disaster. I need you to investigate. Feng Shuezi switched topics. I've already checked. Star disaster is like that. The stronger your resistance, the greater the pressure until it completely crushes you. But this level of backlash would, at most, produce a divinity transformation level tree puppet. Still quite mild. The decay merchant replied. Tree puppets are different. 16 divinity transformations forming an array can contend with one returning to void. Following the number 16, 16 returning to void can contend with one Mahayana. In endless numbers, even I, given current deficits and severe injuries, invaded by chaos body, can't stop a large number of Mahayana assaults. Did a Mahayana appear last time? The decay merchant asked in surprise. It did. On the night the purification furnace appeared, more than 5,000 tree puppets attacked, which I suppressed and drove back, Feng Shuezi said sternly. Indeed. The decay merchant sighed. Even producing a single Mahayana in the cultivator's ranks takes at least 1,000 years, longer by 10,000. Yet this star disaster can deploy tens of thousands at once. But that is also its limit. The evolution of Ascension tree puppet star disasters is difficult, with few numbers, probably in the hundreds only, mixed in the attack. The pressure isn't too much yet. Feng Shuezi took a breath. If I weren't so decayed, resolving this situation would be easy. If you were in perfect health, the star disaster's dark tumor mother body would come for you, killing you even faster. The decay merchant laughed oddly. Feng Shuezi snorted coldly, saying no more. This time, I hope everything goes smoothly, or else I wouldn't want to enter the time turbulence with you again, being sealed for unknown years. The decay merchant said with a laugh as his form slowly dissipated. Asterisk. 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 After meeting the decay merchant, Yu Hong had a clear understanding of the situation on Mining Star. He and Quan Hetien would inevitably return to the safe house before dark, with strict plans and steps for daily cultivation. By avoiding risks this way, the two of them on the Mining Star had almost no difference from regular sect cultivation. In the blink of an eye, more than a month passed. Rumble. The sky was filled with dark clouds, with rolling thunder, and faint blue electric arcs occasionally flashed through the clouds. Quan He, Yu Shuezi, Bai Shang, and Heiying stood atop the mountain, looking blankly at Yu Hong, who was sitting cross-legged on the peak not far away. Didn't Zheng Ro just break through to middle stage foundation establishment a month ago? Bai Shang asked in bewilderment. Now he's about to face a tribulation again? Heiying shook his head. It might be some magic treasure he refined that's causing this tribulation, right? No. It's a tribulation from a breakthrough in realm. Yu Shuezi shook her head. This is the heavenly tribulation of the late-stage foundation establishment, matching the power and form. The three of them looked confused. Quan He, how about your current progress? Are you about to break through to the late stage as well? Bai Shang looked at Yu Hong, couldn't resist, and then looked at Quan He. How could it be possible? Quan He shook his head with a bitter smile. I just broke through the middle stage. The difficulty gets greater as it goes, and the true yuan required is massive, not so fast at all. I estimate I need at least another half a year. Bai Shang and Heiying were left speechless. It had taken them over 20 years to move from the middle stage to the late stage. Isn't junior brother Zheng Ro possessed by some ancient monster? Bai Shang suspected. Are you doubting my insight? Yu Shuezi's brow furrowed, her voice growing cold. Disciple wouldn't dare. Bai Shang quickly bowed his head. But none of us have seen what the highest quality immortal seed is like. Perhaps junior brother Zheng Ro is perfectly normal in this regard. After all, it's just the foundation establishment stage. Being quick isn't a big deal. Haiying speculated. At that moment, crack, 3 blue arcs of electricity crashed down loudly. They struck harshly at Yu Hong's head. But the arcs did not even scratch his flesh. They were neutralized by a thin layer of golden light. This was the weakening effect of the ancient moon divinity. At this time, Yu Hong, although just a foundation establishment cultivator, had a strange blend of various traits and methods. How strong his power could be was not clear. A moment later, Yu Hong opened his eyes and stood up, his body true yuan flowing like a tidal wave, spreading in all directions, and only dissipating faintly after extending dozens of meters. He rose into the air, flying straight towards Yu Shuezi and the others. "Thank you, Master, Senior Brother, and Senior Sister, for your protection." Yu Hong cupped his hands in salute. "It seems to have stabilized. How do you feel?" Yu Shuezi asked, slightly nervous. "Everything is fine. It entirely conforms to all descriptions of the foundation establishment stage. The breakthrough was smooth without any delay."
Yu Hong repliait swiftly.
That's good. Yu Shuezi breathed a sigh of relief. The primary concern was that Yu Hong's breakthrough was too fast. He was soon approaching the Golden Core stage, and it had been less than a year since he joined Wanshua Palace. Speaking of which, when Junior Brother first arrived on Mining Star, he was also at the peak of Golden Core strength. Who would have thought that starting from scratch, he would almost catch up? Bai Shang mused. How could you compare? The foundations are different. A golden core for a normal human and a golden core from a giant planet can't be compared. Haiying retorted. It's true. When Junior Brother breaks through to the golden core, he'll be much stronger than when he first arrived. He could easily crush even with the infinite light well's support. Bai Shang nodded. Now at the late stage of the foundation establishment, Zheng Ro staying at the edge of the life well for training is no longer sufficient. Forming the core requires perfect fusion of essence, qi, and spirit, gathering and compressing to the extreme. Simply increasing true yuan or enhancing spirit and physique is not enough. What you need now is mixed elements as one, integrating all your power, resolving delays, breaking through hindrances and impurities, and fusing everything, Yu Shuezi directed. I understand, Master. Yu Hong nodded solemnly. You shouldn't randomly increase types of internal power now. Gain power through mortal martial inner strength after your fusion, and it's easier to supplement with the golden core, Yu Shuezi continued. Yes. Yu Shuezi gave more guidance on some breakthrough details, cultivation tips, and thoroughly checked the sealing situation inside Yu Hong's body. After confirming there was no problem with the light well, she satisfiedly teleported away. Leaving Bai Shang, Haiying, Quan He, and Yu Hong, they returned to the edge of the life well together. I'll lead the way first. Junior Brother, remember the route. Once inside, don't run around. Just cultivate in the safe zone. Remembered, Bai Shang said earnestly. Senior Brother Bai, are we entering the life well? Yu Hong, seeing Bai Shang uncover the well cover, immediately guessed the situation. Yes, Bai Shang nodded. The life force outside isn't nearly enough for forming a core. The amount you need can only be obtained by entering the safe zone we set up. He pinched a spell with one hand and pointed into the well. Whoosh! Instantly, a wave of green light rippled inside the well, and vine-like green tendrils grew rapidly. A large number of tendrils intertwined quickly to form a green passageway, extending before the few. Let's go. Bai Shang was the first to enter it. Haiying followed, and Yu Hong and Quan He exchanged a glance, then stepped forward into it. In the next moment, their vision blurred, and they suddenly found themselves in a verdant grassy field. Except, in this grass field, every blade of grass was much taller than them. Some taller ones were even like buildings, standing on one side, swaying in the wind. In the surrounding air, a dense number of blackish-brown particles, similar to dandelion seeds, floated. Farther away in mid-air, through the grass, They could see huge, jellyfish-like pale golden creatures floating in the air, dragging long tendrils flying steadily. Yu Hong looked up at the sky. There was no sun, only a rift spanning the sky, emitting golden light that illuminated the land. He looked down at the ground. The ground was not soil but some black sand, fine and thick, moist and soft. This is the first safe zone we established inside the life well, suitable for nascent soul to divinity transformation practice. Although Zheng Ro, you're not yet a core yet, as a genius you may enjoy this privilege in advance without issue. We've trained here before as well. Further ahead are practice safe zones for nascent soul to divinity transformation to returning to void, progressing step by step in rank. The sect reportedly has higher safe zones for human immortal to heavenly immortal, but they haven't been maintained in ages and are no longer safe. Master alone can't constantly maintain them. Bai Sheng warned. If you venture too deep, be careful and stay safe. I've ventured before. When teleported to the Ascension to Immortal Realm safe zone, there was already a problem. Presumably, the external array cycle has damage. Haiying mentioned. Yu Hong surveyed his surroundings, focusing his eyesight to identify the boundaries of this place. This place was roughly a closed space about 5 football fields in size. The inner walls of the space were a layer of translucent barrier, visible to the outside, but impenetrable. Chapter 538. By the way, if you're idle here, you can go to the edge buffer zone and use the monsters outside for practice. The vitality here is immensely rich. The monsters are all in immortal bodies, and you can only temporarily destroy them by killing their spiritual consciousness. But it's only temporary. Their bodies quickly regenerate new consciousness, taking over the body and reviving again. Haiying mentioned. Understood.
Yu Hong nodded.
All right, you can explore any other trivial things by yourself. Quan He, let's go. You can't stay here for long. Haiying pulled Quan He and stepped back into the green passage behind them, and the two figures disappeared in an instant. Be careful here. Although you can practice actual combat, the monsters outside are not as strong as those from other star disasters, but occasionally, some freaks show up. If you sense something wrong, retreat to the safe zone immediately, Bai Sheng advised. What's the strongest monster encountered by brother here? Yu Hong asked about the upper limit first. The strongest monster encountered around here required a nascent soul late-stage expert to resolve it. Bai Sheng replied, compared to other star disasters and the wild monsters wandering at night outside, the biggest characteristic of these monsters here is their flesh and blood. Flesh and blood. Yu Hong seemed to think of something. Just as you thought, if the wandering monsters outside are categorized into ordinary, transcendent, and immortal levels by energy level, then the monsters here are primarily strong in their physique, strength, speed, defense, growth, biological toxicity, you know the deal. Bai Sheng said solemnly. If you're not careful while dealing with them, you might get injured before you have a chance to use any technique. The body, huh? I understand.
Yu Hong nodded.
He remembered that ordinary energy mainly involved conventional physical attacks, including most thermal weapons and heat attacks below 3,000 degrees, all counted as ordinary. Transcendent refers to attacks above 3,000 degrees and many energy attacks with special properties or spiritual attacks. This stage is generally mastered during Qi cultivation to the late Foundation establishment stage with true Yuan characteristics. Immortal encompasses everything with immortal nature, which can completely suppress all energies below immortal, consuming them and enhancing itself. This is the power mastered from Golden Core to Nascent Soul. As for the infectious level, according to Master Yushuezi, this is the power trait mastered from Divinity Transformation to Ascension. The difference lies in the speed, range, and duration of infection in different realms. A great cultivator in the Ascension realm can infect an entire planet with a single drop of mana. At full power, they can destroy all areas within a constant star system in an instant. This terrifying spreading power is the fundamental ability for becoming a cultivator of the starry sky, leaving behind the planets. If your mana's infectious trait is insufficient or too slow, trying to attack an opponent in the starry sky is merely a pipe dream. Others can slap you from a few billion kilometers away, while to retaliate you'd have to fly for a few hundred to a few thousand years. What's the point? As for the further fairyland, It's where the higher level of immortal power, unity of heaven and man, is mastered. In a sense, energy level is actually a universal evaluation method used by any cultivation power system. No matter what system you belong to, the difference in energy level generally determines the strength, because these represent major stage differences. Alright then, I'll leave first. You try it yourself. After explaining, Bai Shang apparently had his affairs to attend to. He said his farewells and turned back into the passage, disappearing. Yu Hong stood alone, glancing around. He simply sat down cross-legged, focused on the golden crack overhead, and began cultivation with closed eyes. Instantly, faint translucent smoke was drawn from the surface of the giant green grass surrounding him and entered his body. That was the vitality of the grass. Countless brown seeds floating in the air also released their vitality, which flowed into Yu Hong's body. Upon absorbing this, he immediately sensed a huge difference. The concentration of vitality here was countless times more intense than what he'd absorbed at the Well of Life's entrance. After 2 hours, Yu Hong left through the green passage, his late-stage foundation establishment base completely filled with true yuan converted from a vast amount of vitality. While outside, it would take at least 3 days. He stood at the entrance of the Life Well passage, watching the green vine passage rapidly wither, turn black, crumble, and fall to the ground. Quickly, he covered the well cap. Only then did Yu Hong notice that the sky outside had already darkened. The surrounding forest was deep and eerie, with faint shadows beginning to flash into existence. He was about to instantaneously move back to the safe house, but in the next moment he stopped. Having just broken through, he also wanted to test the current gap between himself and these former Wanchua Palace disciples. Yu Hong slowly moved to the left, targeting a shadow in the forest and walking towards it. With steps of 10 meters each, he reached the opponent's side in 3 steps. Swish! This was a typical sword cultivation monster clad in a white robe, with bluish skin. Upon seeing Yu Hong, it instantly drew its sword and thrust it forward. Clink! Yu Hong grabbed the sword tip single-handedly and pulled it outward. The long sword flew out of its hand and landed in his grip. Swipe! The sword flashed, and the sword cultivation monster tried to raise its hand to block, but to no avail. In the next moment, its entire body was split in half, thoroughly divided into 2 pieces. Too weak. He continued moving further away. Swish! Another sword flash came from the left side, moving extremely fast. Black energy of immortal realm was entwined on this sword, indicating that the opponent was an expert. Yu Hong also used the chaotic God Sky Eye skill. Gray smoke-like inner strength coated the blade, and met the opponent's strike. Clang! The opponent's long sword flew out of their hand. The immortal energy started devouring the gray inner strength of the chaotic God Sky Eye, but the pace was slow, not enough to exert power. The sword cultivator let out a low growl and unexpectedly charged at Yu Hong. This charge was not only entangled with immortal energy but also seemed to follow some pattern, clearly a martial art as well. As it neared, the sword cultivator brought its right hand together into a sword finger, using its hand as a sword, barely missing a stab at Yu Hong's left eye due to its speed. Simultaneously, a green light flew from its back, silently launching a surprise attack towards Yu Hong's rear head. This flying sword green light, which once made Yu Hong's reaction impossible, was now extraordinarily clear upon seeing again. He brandished his sword, gathering full power, and casually tapped. Clang! Immediately, the flying sword green light was flicked away by the sword tip. At the same time, his right leg kicked, precisely targeting the oncoming sword cultivation monster, kicking it far away. Yu Hong finally tossed the long sword in his hand lightly. Swish! The sword blade shot out, instantly hitting the sword cultivation monster in the air's brow, pierced through it. Poof! While still in mid-air, the sword cultivation monster exploded into a cloud of black smoke, disappearing without a trace. The flying sword that was hard to respond to before is now nothing. It seems my speed has improved quite a bit. Yu Hong clapped his hands satisfactorily. He glanced at the other approaching sword cultivation monsters around. He thought for a second, Nowadays, his most advantageous point is the various martial arts based on the chaotic God Sky Eye skill. The Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique is strong, but he didn't actually cultivate any matching powerful martial techniques. Just trained this main method as a foundation. Originally, he used the chaotic God Sky Eye skill for offense and the Qingwei Heart technique for defense and escape. However, the chaotic God Sky Eye hasn't reached perfection, and the Qingwei Heart technique is still on hold. Hence, the entire system hasn't fully formed yet. Yu Hong just practiced a bit and retreated backward, not venturing further. But just as he prepared to instantaneously move away, a sharp, cold killing intent was locked on him from behind, interrupting his ability. The space around him subtly rippled, stirred by the massive immortal energy accompanying the opponent's killing intent. Yu Hong narrowed his eyes, slowly turned around, and looked behind him. About 10 meters away behind him in the forest stood a white-robed sword cultivator, whose face was covered in black spots, holding a black sword. The opponent's complexion was still an iron-blue color, clearly not alive. It was the same type of sword cultivation monster. However, this one was distinctly different from those before. Yu Hong's gaze fell on the black smoke energy at the end of the opponent's black sword. The spatial fluctuations caused by the immortal energy there far exceeded those of the previous sword cultivation monsters. It gave him the impression of having a bit of his senior sister He Ying's aura. Calming his mind, Yu Hong quietly watched the opponent. The surrounding was silent, death still. Though the well of life was just beside them, the green mist released from its crevices wasn't approaching due to being tainted by the black smoke energy escaping from the sword cultivation monster, swiftly vanishing. Yu Hong squinted. His Tai Ling skill's inner strength belonged to the immortal level, but since Tai Ling's skill was sealed, his Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao method True Qi still belonged to transcendent energy level, making a pure power struggle impossible for him to win. So, he had to rely on other secret techniques, methods. Traits and rare skills were his keys to victory. With a thought, Yu Hong took the initiative. His right eye's eye patch was instantly pierced by a ray of purple light. The purple light encircled colorful dots of light and shot forward with lightning speed, as fast as a bolt of lightning, targeting the opponent's forehead. This was the Eye of Destruction ability. It was also his first time using the immortal general Heavenly Eye after evolving from the Outer Eye. Unlike others, the superpower of the Outer Eye was a unique ability method belonging solely to itself, uninfluenced by the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique. It solely depended on Yu Hong's spirit. In other words, even if his power disappeared now, the Eye of Transmission and the Eye of Destruction from the Outer Eye could still be used. That's why it's called the innate superpower. It's just that Yu Hong used a black mark to attach it to the Outer Eye, making it supposedly innate. Puff! The purple light was extremely fast. Even the opponent couldn't dodge it, getting hit on the spot. Yet, the purple light only made a small dent in the sword cultivator's forehead, soon blocked by the subsequent surging black mist. The sword cultivator retreated 2 steps. The black sword in his hand vanished silently, and his arm transformed into nothingness along with it. This was due to such rapid speed, causing a bizarre scenario where the visual couldn't keep up. This moment, Yu Hong was intensely shaken. His eyesight now was no ordinary cultivator's, and despite his powerful eyesight, he couldn't clearly see the opponent's sword-drawing speed. It had evidently surpassed his maximum handling capacity by far. Immediately, he swiftly retreated. At this time, the water instrument ball bestowed by his master suddenly emitted a touch of blue light. Subtle runes flashed by. Clang! A pitch-black sword blade materialized in front of Yu Hong out of thin air. Clutched by the sword cultivator, it was firmly blocked by a thin blue light. Seizing this gap, Yu Hong quickly retreated, gaining distance. Sensing the sword cultivator across paused inexplicably, he hastily triggered instantaneous movement in his mind. Swish! The next second, he was at the doorstep of the safe house, quickly pushing the door open and entering. Impressive! He hadn't expected that the life-saving water instrument ball given by his master would eventually be activated. The water instrument ball is renowned for being able to teleport someone back at any time, anywhere, and also serves the temporary life-saving function. This is also the fundamental reason Yu Hong dared to be a bit rash. Reviewing the previous combat scenario, he was more eager for the completion of Qingwei Heart Technique. Currently, his method is merely exchanging injuries to win. Against higher levels, he is easily defeated. Still too weak, although that black sword, I haven't seen it around before, should be one of the stronger monster sword cultivators. I could ask my master about it later. Immortal Realm's power, at the minimum, is the Golden Core Realm. I, being in the Foundation establishment stage, was battling a Golden Core level monster, truly a bit. He used to read novels where geniuses could fight higher levels, but experiencing it personally, leveling up, easier said than done. The realm is still crucial. Breakthroughs, continuous breakthroughs. He was about to acquire the 3 traits of Mortal Martial. Furthermore, the Chaotic God Sky Eye skill, after Outer Eye evolution, had also given an enhancement in overall body and aptitude. Now is the perfect time to make another enhancement surge. Strive for core formation next month. Chapter 539. Floating City Absolute Balance. Margaret Palace. An elderly mage with blue skin, leaning on a light golden crystal wand, slowly walked into the palace. How long has Margaret been missing? The mage's face was calm as he looked around and asked. It has been some time. The patrol chief said she was going to investigate the missing cargo ship case. She left Floating City several months ago. Inside the palace, a petite, translucent young girl appeared, floating in midair, and respectfully replied to the elderly mage. You are the intelligent spirit of this palace. You should know the last route she took. Correct. The elderly mage asked in a deep voice. I regret to inform you that I do not. The young girl responded. The patrol chief sealed her movement tracker before she left. I have no authority to view or record it. Useless. The elderly mage's face turned cold. Lord Lucien, she is just an intelligent spirit. The urgent task now is to find the one causing the large-scale energy disturbances around here. A tall and thin man, covered in dark gray, appeared behind the elderly mage. According to remote calculations, the energy level fluctuation at that time reached the peak of the immortal level. Level 8 standards. Indeed significant. Margaret didn't die in vain. The elderly mage's eyes grew colder. What does the prophetic department say? They couldn't find anything either, but based on trace analysis, we determined that Margaret received a warning from Mage Lu Qixuan before she left. Her journey is definitely related to Mage Lu Qixuan. They are definitely connected. The tall, thin man replied. Lu Qixuan recently accepted a new disciple. It said that this person's friends had some conflicts with Patrol Chief Margaret. The man continued. That child named Kuchan, right? He has decent talent and disposition. Too bad. He stands on the opposite side of us. The elderly mage Lu Xian turned around, looking at the empty palace. After a long silence, he turned back around. Daring to attack and kill the patrol chief nearby is a grave crime and must be severely punished. We will start by investigating Lu Qixuan. Asterisk. 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 Lately, I've had an uneasy feeling. In the black spirit, Yu Hong and Quan He sat opposite each other, eating freshly prepared small dishes. When our spirit reaches this level, if our magic is strong enough, we will naturally sense some premonitions about potential bad futures. Quan He explained with his ample experience. So, do you mean I might encounter something disadvantageous? Yu Hong frowned, but upon careful reflection, he found no possible threats around him. If the feeling is faint, sometimes it means something related or significant to you might go wrong. Quan He continued. This? Yu Hong knitted his brows. The first thing that came to mind was the chain reaction in Floating City after he killed Margaret. Margaret's disappearance would take some time to be discovered since she often went out as a 6th-level mage. People would need to notice her absence before starting a missing person investigation. He shared his guess with Quan He. I'm worried that Floating City might affect Kuchan and others. Yu Hong said softly. Stop hesitating. Why not go back and check? Quan He suggested softly. There are the masters backing you. Returning to check on them and even bringing them here seems like a good idea. You are right.
Yuong nodded.
With his cultivation breaking through to the late-stage foundation establishment, his true Yuan was catching up to his unsealed tiling skill. Returning to check things out would give him peace of mind. Right then, Yu Hong quickly finished his meal, put down the bowl and stood up. No time to lose. I'll go seek leave from the masters. He felt a strong premonition, and at his level, such feelings were never unfounded. He quickly left and used instantaneous movement to reach Wanchua Palace to speak to his teacher. Have you fused the Shen Kong device and the Heavenly Shield device? Yu Shuezi asked. They've long been fused.
Yuong nodded.
He had fused these essential magic artifacts long ago. Then go. Yu Shuezi nodded. Last time, your senior brother and sister gave you protective talismans. This time, I'll go by myself without troubling them, Yu Hong stated. Not troubling them, but you mean to trouble me, right? Yu Shuezi sighed. Knowing you might encounter danger, do you think I will stand by and not react? Teacher, I didn't mean that, Yu Hong said quickly. Then what do you mean? Yu Shuezi's eyes widened. Enough talk. He pointed at Yu Hong with one hand. Swoosh. A faint golden rune flashed and disappeared on Yu Hong's forehead. All right, go now. If you encounter danger, just shout. Yu Shuezi gave a few instructions before waving Yu Hong away. Yu Hong memorized the mantra, feeling the increasingly urgent tremor in his heart. Without hesitation, he quickly took his leave. Returning to the safe house, he swiftly packed up and then went to visit his senior brothers and sisters. Only then did he activate the black spirit, slipping into the depths of the wind disaster, disappearing without a trace. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Inside the floating city AUS Academy. Dean's office. Lu Qixuan stared grimly at the group of arcanists who had barged in unauthorized. Leading them was none other than the old mage Lu Xian, who had previously entered Margaret Palace. Mage Lu Xian, even if you are a member of the Nine Rings, barging into a high-ranking mage's private domain like this seriously violates the 7th ordinance of Floating City's absolute balance. A mage's private space is sacred and inviolable. The old mage's expression remained calm as if he hadn't heard the warning. He paced slowly within the office, like a lion king inspecting his territory. Margaret has been missing for some time, did you know? He suddenly spoke. The patrol chief is missing? Lu Qixuan immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Margaret was a trusted subordinate of this Lu Xian, one of his power holders. Lu Xian's faction was not weak in the floating city but also not exceptionally strong, so the power held by a patrol chief was not trivial for him. As the leader of a faction, Lu Xian had to react accordingly upon discovering Margaret's disappearance, in order to reassure his remaining subordinates. This was necessary to gather support. Various strategies flashed through Lu Qixuan's mind instantly. Now that he understood the other's purpose, coming up with countermeasures was much simpler. Although Lu Xian was a level 9 Great Arcanist and a member of the highest council, Lu Qixuan also had a level 9 council member behind him. For Lu Xian to storm into AUS Academy like this was already crossing the line. You needn't worry. I'm here merely to investigate all the clues Margaret came in contact with before her death. After all, the disappearance and death of a patrol chief from Absolute Balance would seriously undermine the entire floating city's authority if the truth is not uncovered. Lu Xian said calmly. He wasn't sad about Margaret's death. Rather, he was more agitated. Many of his plans involved Margaret's tasks and roles. Without the patrol chief position, a series of subsequent impacts needed reassessment. Compared to other level 9 Great Arcanists, he was relatively young and inexperienced with many eyes keenly watching him. If this matter were not handled perfectly and forcefully, it would bring him unnecessary trouble in the future. The Great Arcanists from the opposing factions certainly wouldn't stand by and watch him smoothly handle everything. Very well. I trust Counselor Lu Xian will maintain a fair attitude, Lu Qixuan said coldly. Good. Then have your disciple Ku Chan come over. Lu Xian nodded. He understood Lu Qishuan's anger but took advantage of the time gap. The counselor behind Lu Qixuan was currently tangled up in other matters and couldn't come immediately. Hence Lu Xian personally led the team to find clues quickly. Fine. Lu Qishuan's face was grim as he picked up the communication crystal on the desk and whispered a few words. Soon, Ku Chan entered the room, clutching a stack of spell notes. Teacher, you called? He saw Lu Qishuan's stern face as soon as he entered and felt a jolt in his heart. Then he noticed Lu Xian's smiling face. This is... Lu Qixuan reached out to introduce Lu Xian's identity. At that moment, Lu Xian suddenly pointed. Hiss! No need for introductions. Just come with me. A point of purple light glowed at his fingertip, which rapidly expanded into a giant purple web that enveloped Ku Chan abruptly. The next moment, Ku Chan's mana was sealed, and his body was wrapped in the web, shrinking quickly into a small ball that flew towards Lu Xian's hand. Counselor Lu Xian. You! Lu Qixuan was shocked. He raised his magic wand, and a radiant golden glow lit up beneath his feet, spreading outwards and activating the defense magic array within the office. Spell counter. Lu Xian tapped his magic wand, and instantly a ripple of transparency spread out from him, extinguishing the golden array completely. I'm taking Ku Chan back for investigation now. Whether it's Lu Xiran or anyone else, I'm strictly following the rules. He grabbed the purple ball containing Ku Chan and turned to leave. Lu Xian, you storm into my place and abduct my disciple. Are you declaring open hostilities with AUS Academy? Just as he stepped out, numerous golden electric lights swiftly descended from the sky outside, forming a vague humanoid shape made of electricity. Lu Xiran? You reacted quickly, but you're far away at the front line now. You can't stop me, Lu Xian said calmly. We counselors can see through the truth of the situation even if ordinary mages cannot. And what if I can? Failing in action and getting killed, then you stepping in yourself, isn't that bullying the weak? Lu Xiran retorted coldly. For beings like us, the traces of time and space are clear. You too can look into the identity of the assailant. As a trade-off, capturing just one person is already lenient. Lu Xian said in a low voice. Instead of capturing the culprit, you're capturing my people. Are you hoping for a conflict when I return? Lu Xiran raised his voice. I capture him because he is the closest to the culprit, making him crucial for drawing the culprit out, without harming your disciple at all. As for whether it leads to conflict, we'll see when you return. Right now, a mere avatar can't stop me. Lu Xian pointed, and Lu Xiran's humanoid form exploded and faded. The next second, golden light burst beside him, like a bubble bursting. When the golden light dimmed, the person had disappeared, leaving only the constant angry shouts of Lu Qixuan and the other mages who had rushed out. Chapter 540. Billions of kilometers away from the floating city, on the edge of a tumbling asteroid. The surroundings were dark, boundless, with huge planets in the distance rolling like bowling balls. Hiss! Suddenly, strands of colorful threads appeared out of thin air, and within them, a black irregular building silently emerged. As soon as the building appeared, the colorful threads quickly faded and disappeared. Crack! The door opened. A tall, burly man, 2.5 meters high, the man was dressed in a white Taoist robe, with a square face and fair skin. He wore a black eye patch over his right eye, and his muscular frame was evident even under the roomy robe. Something's wrong. It was Yu Hong who had rushed over. He clutched his chest, feeling his heartbeat grow stronger as he approached the area. His current sensation was different from before. If initially he had a mere hunch, an inkling that something might happen, now that he had arrived, an intense feeling of impending doom was spreading rapidly through his body. What's going on? Yu Hong quickly realized something was wrong. The matter with Margaret in the floating city had always been a hidden danger. Arcane masters were enigmatic and their spells varied. Who knew if they would follow some unknown clue to him? Thus, Yu Hong had always been worried about Ku Chan and Yi. Now it seemed his worries were justified. Though Ku Chan claimed to have a backer, when it came down to it, Strength and determination mattered even with a backer of equal power. I'd better go to the floating city and check on Yi and Ku Chan. Yu Hong turned back to the safety house, activated the black spirit, and sped towards absolute balance, navigating through the wind disaster. In a sense, the wind disaster functioned like a spatial jump wormhole. Other source disasters had similar functions. Meanwhile, near the location where Margaret was killed, a silver, leaf-shaped boat silently emerged. On either side of the boat were 16 winged humanoid angels, struggling to lift the boat and assist in its flight by flapping their wings. At the bow, Lu Xian stood holding the golden wand, wearing a luxurious robe adorned with many golden runes, standing straight and quietly observing the empty space ahead. According to the future vision, this is where Yu Hong will appear. The desolation around here makes it easier for me to set up the array. Behind him, in a silver metal cage, stood a dazed Ku Chan. Ku Chan's eyes were fixed on Lu Xian, filled with dread. Lu Xian was one of the top 9 most powerful individuals of absolute balance in the floating city, and one of the 2 newly appointed members, yet here he was suddenly capturing Ku Chan and bringing him to space. He didn't know exactly how powerful a level 9 great arcanist was, but having witnessed the terrifying and comprehensive skills of his level 7 arcanist teacher Lu Qixian, he could imagine. Level 7 arcanists had started involving themselves in time-space research. Among countless information, very few things could be hidden from them. In the eyes of many mages, level 7 and above were like gods among mages. The vast reserves of knowledge, the incredibly fast responses, and the immense, strong mana spirit were more than enough for level 7 mages to handle any situation, even distorting time and reversing local moments. And now, such a powerful top-level mage had unexpectedly taken action against him. Counselor Lu Xian, I gather you didn't capture me just because of Margaret? Ku Chan calmed down and quickly analyzed the whole process, identifying the critical point. On the silver leaf boat, Lu Xian raised an eyebrow and looked back at him. You are right. That's just one reason. I'm just an ordinary outsider, having joined the floating city recently, yet I've caught your attention. What is your true purpose? Let me die understanding. Ku Chan said in a deep voice. You won't die. As the grand disciple of Lu Xiran, I won't kill you. I captured you because I found something interesting during the investigation of Margaret. Lu Xian squinted his eyes, with countless gold-like particles in his eyes assembling and dispersing in an endless cycle. Something interesting? Ku Chan didn't understand. I saw the memories you unveiled during your assessment. That child named Yu Hong has very intriguing abilities. Lu Xian said calmly. Wait, aren't memories supposed to be confidential? Ku Chan's face changed. Yes, but in front of my eyes, no secret is truly hidden. Lu Xian smiled. Disrupting my plans requires adequate compensation. From you and your friend as well. Counselor, are you aware my friend also has a background? Ku Chan quickly added. Do you know why the other counselors said nothing when I took action? Except for Lu Xiran. They all tacitly allowed my personal actions. Lu Xian laughed. This world doesn't only have my floating city absolute balance. Is there any background bigger than our arcane council? His laughter grew louder. At that moment, in front of the silver leaf boat, a large area of colorful threads emerged in space, intertwining and forming a black irregular building dotted with silver stars. It was the black spirit. He's here. Lu Xian focused on the safety house, somewhat surprised that even with his eyesight, he couldn't completely penetrate the house. Spatial confinement. He pointed his finger. An ocean of terrifying mana instantly locked every space around them, preventing any escape. The black spirit shuddered a few times and then ceased moving altogether. Yu Hong's expression inside the safety house changed slightly. This was the first time he had encountered someone capable of completely imprisoning the safety house. Through the viewing window, he examined Lu Xian and Ku Chan standing on the silver leaf boat, his face looking a bit grim. He had just randomly emerged from the wind disaster, intending to see how far it was from the floating city. But as soon as he came out, he was immediately locked down, unable to move. Moreover, he also saw Ku Chan's shadow on the opposite boat. As expected, my premonition was correct. He took a deep breath and began to think of countermeasures. First, he activated the safety house array. BZZ. Black spirit buzzed a few times, then completely died, unable to activate or move. Yu Hong's expression changed slightly. He quickly removed his eye patch and aimed at the silver leaf boat outside. He took a deep breath, gathered all the true yuan in his body, and channeled it into his right eye. A dazzling purple light, like a small sun, condensed in his right eye. CHZZ. The purple light shot out, through the viewing window directly at Lu Xian. Poof! The purple light bizarrely curved in front of Lu Xian, actively avoiding him. This scene left both Yu Hong and Ku Chan stupefied. Bam! Without a word, Yu Hong hastily pulled out Bai Shang's protective talisman and threw it outside the viewing window. A black passage quickly condensed and appeared. A figure in a white Taoist robe swiftly flew out, holding a long sword, and looked towards the opposite side. It was Bai Shang. Junior brother. This time again. Bai Shang looked at Lu Xian on the silver leaf boat opposite. He stiffened in mid-air. Junior brother. This one I might not be able to handle. It's okay. Senior brother. Just hold them off for a bit. Yu Hong quickly replied. But before his words reached out, Bai Shang's figure rapidly became transparent, faded, and completely disappeared along with the passage. I'm off, junior brother. You're on your own. This one I really can't handle. He's a top-level contamination-level powerhouse. The last remnants were Bai Shang's embarrassed message. Wait, senior brother, what should I do now? Yu Hong was speechless. What do you mean, what to do? Didn't Master give you something to save your life? What are you afraid of? Also, heh. Bai Shang's voice completely disappeared before finishing his sentence. Shush. The next second, outside the safety house door, Lu Xian appeared out of thin air, holding a magic wand and hovering in place. Yu Hong, my young friend, right? Don't be afraid. Margaret was corrupt and foolish, and deserved to die. As her mentor, I share the responsibility. I am here this time not to demand answers but to compensate for the trouble and inconvenience Margaret caused you. Yu Hong was stunned. Ku Chan on the boat also looked puzzled. Young friend, you can state any request you might have. If it's within my ability, I will try my best to satisfy it. Consider it a small compensation for Margaret's ineptitude. Lu Xian sighed. Counselor, you... Ku Chan was about to ask loudly from behind, but suddenly felt the cage around him vanish. Lu Xian had actually released him. Do not be afraid. I bear no ill will. To be frank, I was once a devoted admirer of Senior Agrius and have a bit of understanding about the saviorship. Lu Xian smiled. The reason I stopped you in this manner is simply to ask for your help with a small task. Mage, what do you need assistance with? Yu Hong paused for a moment and asked seriously. I would like to invite you to my light window to recuperate and help me repair something. Lu Xian said softly. If you succeed, I will personally put an end to the Margaret matter and sever all future troubles. And if I can't repair it? Yu Hong asked. Lu Xian didn't reply, only smiled. The answer was obvious. Arcane masters were mostly highly rational. If there was no significant value, the consequences didn't need much deliberation. Oh, and this isn't just my intention. It also includes the sentiments of the other 3 members of Absolute Balance. If you succeed, you will gain the friendship of all 4 of us. Yu Hong fell silent, his mind racing. I can't guarantee that I can repair it, but I'll give it a try, he said in a deep voice. I believe in your abilities. Lu Xian nodded with satisfaction. This was his true purpose. Arcane masters seldom acted on emotions. Those like Lu Qixuan and Margaret were rare. Interest was the greatest bond linking arcane masters. As for capturing people, it was merely a staged performance for certain entities to see.